Ladies and gentlemen, oh baby boy, let's go. Someone requested pet that chicken. That's it. That's it. It's a shame Hunk stole his own campaign. There was actually a, or his own game. There was actually a canceled Hunk game from what I hear. Feels bad, man. There was a canceled, this is what I know. There was a canceled Hunk game, there was a canceled Wesker game, and there was a canceled Rebecca game. Which wasn't Revelations. Boing, 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 boing. I don't know what the hell Outrage was. I think Outrage was the Wesker game. Guys, tell me everything about your morning. I got up, bonked my head on the wall, took a shower. I walked down to the store to get some food, and it was really icy, so I was like this, trying to keep my balance. Who's been there before? Sorry you're late, Swag Daddy. That's unacceptable, actually. If it happens again, I'm gonna have to ban you. I was expecting to see Swag Daddy type about 10 minutes earlier than he did. So if that happens again, we're gonna have to cut ties. I'm sick of you guys thinking you could just show up when you want. Got up and made your son some pancakes. Nice, Andy. What kind? What was Aunt Jemima rebranded to? What's it called now? Oh, I owe the plushy little pet, don't I? There he goes. There he goes. You've been serious at 7:45? Yeah, I decided to stream a bit later today because I wanted to actually leave the house for the first time in like a month. Yeah, it's been very, very icy. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. A Nutella crepe. Pearl Milling Company. Huh. The more I see the Tomb Raider collection, the more it makes me want an RE collection. Dude, I can't wait to stream the Tomb Raider collection. Because for those of you who haven't done your research or whatever, looked into it at all, they're nailing the fucking Tomb Raider remaster collection. Like everything you'd ever want in an RE collection is in the Tomb Raider one. Like all the shit I talk about, like the rants I've been on about if they remaster RE and what they need to do to make it good, Tomb Raider did all of that shit. Like every single thing. The only thing they didn't do, I think, is like changing the language, but maybe they did do that. My favorite Mercs? Mercs 3D. Am I watching the Xbox Direct? Sorry, that's like the fourth time someone asked that. Is it in like 4 hours? I have no clue, X. I have no clue. I know, man. The Metal Gear Solid remasters are pathetic. Well, like, it's not that they're pathetic. I think it's a lot different when you're comparing PS2 games. That's why I don't say Silent Hill, and that's why I don't say Metal Gear Solid as well, because, like, Tomb Raider, they're all on PS1. And as soon as it hits PS2, that's like the remastering a PS1 games is a lot different than remastering a PS2 game, in my opinion. So like, I don't know if it's Konami. Well, Konami is lazy. Let's not beat around the bush. They should have released all those games in at least 1440p, like at least upscale them, and like 120 FPS. But they didn't even do that, and that's like fucking bare minimum. And not even 120 FPS, just a solid 60 that never drops. But Yeah, when it comes to Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid, like they're doing a full-on remaster of Metal Gear Solid 3. So like the remasters of Tomb Raider are going to be different. Like the graphics aren't too crazy, but they are like different, and there's new lighting and stuff, yada yada yada. And with Metal Gear Solid 3, they're remaking everything from the ground up, essentially. At least that's what we're led to believe. And yeah. Yeah, Jack, they added a ton of stuff. Just got no, Vash, that's unacceptable. Guy, so many of you are late today, and that I'm gonna start handing bans out. The Turok remasters are god tier as well. Turok 1, 2, and 3 all got remasters, and they're all amazing. Like, they did a great job with those. Did they actually patch the Metal Gear Solid remasters? Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Thank you, Order of the Northern Sky. Thank you, thank you, thank you, DB Mash. Oh, I can do this now. One sec. Thank you, Vigo, for the 5 gifted subs.
Ian, are you okay?
1 second. By the way, we ended the marathon at 11,043 subs, which is nuts. All right, get ready. I pressed the button. Did it show in chat? How many deaths? I don't remember. 360? Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Siegfried. Thank you, Vigo. You know what? Fuck Stream Elements. I'm gonna start using the Twitch one. I didn't even notice you could... Alright, pop out. Yeah. Or I shouldn't say fuck Stream Elements. 1 sec. Alright. There. There we go. Now I can see all the things easily. Well, actually, it's not really sorted out that well, but... Can I wait for this review time? Am I ranking every run by difficulty? No. I can do that, though. I get that question a lot. Yeah, we could do that. That's a good idea, actually. I'll do it after I review the franchise, though. Beep bitty boop, beep bitty boop, beep bitty boop, bitty boop, bitty boop, beep bitty boop, beep bitty boop, beep bitty boop. Beep bitty boop, beep bitty boop, beep boop, beep bitty boop. One second. All right, I will start this soon. I'm just gonna shoot this shit for a few minutes. There's gonna be a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake too. Yeah, I don't think that's been confirmed yet. Just rumors, right? Thank you. Yeah, look at the shirt, guys. Welcome to Raccoon City. Thank you, Noogie Patrol. Thank you. I may do music. I think I'll do mainline, or sorry, all game reviews, maybe difficulty, music, and then I have a custom chart from Twitter I found. Ah. You saw me without my hat on Insta. On my story today? Oh, okay. That's my only way to promote my Instagram. People say take your hat off. Check out the Xers Rex Social. Click the Instagram. I did a whole story with it off. Go check it out, guys. Xers Rex Social. Hurry up, everyone. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. You guys typed, 2 people typed social instantly. I thought it was gonna blow up, but I was wrong. There was a little blood in my nose blow there, so let's hope I don't get a nosebleed from how intense this review session is. Can I post more on cooking stuff on Insta? Dude, I would love to. No, Marcastic, I wouldn't. I would love to, dude. I need to do some more research on how the people on TikTok record. Like, the reason that I don't do cooking stuff that often, it's not because I don't cook. It's because I just don't know how to do it, like, well. Like, if I were... Who's that huge bodybuilder that's blowing up recently? What's his name? Something Selleck, maybe? If anything, I could only do it like he does, where I'm just walking around with a freaking camera. And... Sam Selleck. I do hate my kitchen. That's true. Yeah, I do. It sucks. It's not practical for recording videos in at all. It is not. Yeah, just walk around with my camera and record. But like, part of me feels like people would hate that. But yeah, I haven't even tried it. Maybe I will. I just feel like I have to do high production value, but maybe I'll just walk around and be like, yo. Honestly, the kitchen I have now is the worst one I've ever had. In terms of the house I grew up in, the 2 other apartments I lived in, I hate it. I actually hate it. It's like, it's fine for it's not even. It's okay for cooking in, but yeah, recording videos in there is fucking brutal. It's really bad. It's just too cramped. No island equals bad. Bad. I need to move eventually. But I don't have the money to move. Why wouldn't I, though, if you could direct a movie, I mean? Well... I don't know. I don't know how to do that. Like, you know, I have ideas. I can't... Like, the only thing I could do in that regard is like, follow the process and see the notes. Like, let's say scrap the movie thing. Let's say I was around when they were making Umbrella Corp. And the second sentence I could be like, guys, no, we gotta start over. This isn't it. No. This is not, they're not gonna like this. This is bad. This is gonna do bad. It's gonna review bad. It's gonna play it like it's already over. We're not even 1% in, it's already over. Like, if I could be there as that person, like, follow the journey and be like, oh, wait, you're changing it to PvE where you play with your friends, plus you get all these unlocked. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, good. Like, oh, it's gonna be PvP. We're gonna try and get into the Call of Duty scene, but we're only gonna spend 1/20th of the money. It's like, well, the reason that Call of Duty works so well is they started off. They started off with strong products like Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops, whatever. And after they pulled everyone and got everyone addicted to the franchise, then they started making shit games. You can't just release a shit game and be like, all right, guys, get addicted. It's esports. Like, that's not how it works. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Grizzly Adams. Thank you. Oh my God. Like, you have to start off. Like, you have to at least make one good game. Literally FIFA. Yeah, but FIFA, it's been around since the NES days, like, right? Or Super Nintendo. And there was nothing like it at that time. I seen that X. Yeah, Maxie had me around for his granny run. Is Spider-Man better than Baldur's Gate? No. I mean, that's up for you to decide. Play both games. It's not for me to decide. But in terms of, like, as a video game, is it better? No. But will you like it as an individual more or less? That's for you to decide, not me. How can you call it a marathon without RE5? How can you judge the games I played in my marathon without actually knowing what I played in the marathon? Oh, wait, you're reading the command. I played every single Resident Evil game. I gotta delete that command. I already finished the marathon. It's over, hot ding dong. We played like 50 games or 49 or something. No, it's my bad. I didn't realize you were reading the thing. Thank you, Wired Vex. Thank you so much for the 5 kid subs. And thank you, Pizzaroni.
Leon, are you okay?
Thank you, Boneyard. Thank you, Grizzly Adams. Except RE4 iOS. Yeah. So, okay, sorry. Actually, scratch that. I didn't play every game. I didn't play RE2 on the GameCube. I didn't play RE3 on the GameCube. I didn't play RE4 on the GameCube or the PS2 or Xbox. I also didn't play RE4 on iPhone. I didn't play RE2 on the N64. I didn't play RE Code Veronica on PS3 or PS4 or PS2 or Dreamcast. Where should I keep going? If we're gonna go down that road, okay? That'd be the most boring marathon ever. Imagine spending like a week on one game because you just want to play all the ports that have nothing different besides that gets worse and worse and worse. The RE board game? Play the RE board games? Wait, right here. Wait, right here. It's Christmas time, by the way. You guys didn't let me take a day off, so I haven't had to take my tree down yet. Play the RE board games. I have had this in my entryway for like 4 months. Okay, this is way too much shit. I am never, ever gonna play any of this. The Golden Tyrant. Let's go. You know why I'm never gonna play any of this? I don't have any friends. He's got no friends. Got no friends. Got... Deodorant stains, am I right? No wonder I don't have any friends. I have 170,000 friends. I lost 170,000 people because of Neo Umbrella. Well, I lost 5 men because of her. Sorry I'm late. All you late people are getting banned. Where are your friends? Oh, where are your friends? Okay, guys, just grab a piece. Let's play. Maybe I'll play by myself on stream. Like, maybe I'll just... Maybe I could get a program. I do know a few coders. Maybe I could get a friend of mine to code a program where you guys vote on where to move the piece. And we can play against each other. The chat versus me in the Resident Evil board game. It has solo play. Why not invite 3 people from chat to play with you at your home? I could give you 1,000 reasons why that's a bad idea. Thank you, Rochi. Thank you, Cora Gaming, or Corin Gaming. But it's not the same on Tabletop Sim. Get someone off Craigslist. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. Name all the 1,000 reasons. Well, I don't want a bunch of men with like 9-inch wieners walk around my house because it might distract my neighbors. That's reason number 1. It's better with 2 players? Yeah, I can assume. Yeah. No, but for real, I would love to play it one day. But, yeah, we'll see when that happens. Maybe one day I'll get to play it. Oh! What sounds insecure? The playing by myself or the big wieners thing? What game is this from? Resident Evil: The Mercenaries 3D. Alright, are we reviewing all these games or what? Invite other RE speedrunners over for board game stream. That would be fun. Thank you, Ninebreaker. See, here's what sucks about... That is an amazing idea. You know what's a shame about Twitch and content creation? At least when it comes to like these small spaces or... You know all those amazing like collabs you... Well, amazing is a stretch. It's up to the viewer. But you know how like a lot of Twitch and YouTube is like huge creators meeting up, maybe on a podcast or maybe just at a streamer's house or at a streamer house in general. That's because like 80 of the top 100 streamers either live in Texas or they live in California. So it's like, hey, I want to do a collab with my 10 best online friends that all share an audience with me, that all love the other 9 creators. Oh, I'll just bike to their house real quick. Where for me, like let's use a few examples. Maxie lives in California. That's on the other side of a different country. I'm not in that. I'm not a US citizen. Enigma's in what's it called? Georgia, right? Dist is in Chicago. You know, like everyone's everywhere. So Shand is in Vancouver. The only other streamer I know that lives at PEI is Deadly Slob. Why Texas and Cali? Texas because a few streamers moved there like 5 or 6 years ago or something. And then the whole like no taxes in Texas sort of blew up, and a lot of streamers went and bought a streamer house because real estate was cheap there, and then, you know, one thing led to another. Like, think of it's like most things in life, you know. When I went to culinary school, we were allowed, one of the best things about my culinary school was we were allowed to take our internship anywhere in the world, anywhere. We could pick anywhere and they would get us a job there. So a lot of people went to like Italy, a lot of people went to France, a lot of people went to Spain, and that's because that's where the opportunity is. Now think if you're a new streamer, like let's say you're like some hot 19-year-old chick and you average like 50 viewers, and all of a sudden this like 50,000 average viewer streamers like, hey, you want to come live at the streamer mansion? I love your streams. You'd probably be like, fuck yeah. So that's basically what happened. It's like a bunch of people just went there because like everyone's going there. So if you go there, you're automatically famous. You know what I mean? Where'd I go? I stayed in Prince Edward Island. I started working at a place that was like a few blocks from my house. And I made the right decision too. I didn't want to go anywhere. I didn't like travel. And that was, yeah, I'm glad I didn't want to go anywhere anyway. Like travel, like, I know some people, when I say this story, I don't say it often, but a lot of people are like, you know, a lot of people chat probably think like, what the fuck? That's so stupid. You have a chance to go anywhere in the world. But, you know, I valued my simple life. Like, I liked being able to bike to work. I liked being close to, I had 8 animals at the time. I had 2 dogs and like 6 cats or 7. Yeah, 6 cats and 2 dogs. And, you know, all my friends were here. And, you know, I didn't want to just uproot myself at 19 years old, or I was 18 at the time. I didn't want to, like, as an 18-year-old, just go live and like go. But by the way, the trade-off for that, you could go anywhere you wanted, but some of the jobs that you got, if people don't know much about culinary, some of the jobs you get are not paid. Like, you don't get money. The payment, you know what I find rich? Actually, really quick, back up a sec. There's a lot of times where I see a trending topic about jobs on Twitter, and all my friends are like, yeah, and I'm sitting here, I feel like I'm red-pilled. I'm not, but I feel like I am, because I sit there like, these are so, like, people complaining about like, oh man, this big streamer wants me to make him an emote and he's gonna pay me, and no, I know my worth. You should pay me what I asked, $60 for an emote, and I don't care how big you are. Sure, slay, girl. You do whatever the fuck you want, but we're in the industry I grew up in. You move across the world to work at a restaurant where you're treated like shit. You don't get any pay. Your payment is your work with the professionals. You get to work for the best, and you get a chance to see what the best is like. You get a taste of it. That's your payment. Like, you work 40 hours a week every single day, or like 40 to 60 hours a week every single day, and your payment is that you get to live in some apartment or whatever near the restaurant. No job is worth doing unpaid. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I would never do it, but if someone told me that they did it, that's fine. But I don't think having that mentality is the greatest. By the way, this isn't how I have that mentality. I don't, fuck that. I'm not doing an unpaid job. Like, by the way, just to set the record straight, fuck that shit. Like, yeah, I fully believe you should get paid for everything. But when people get all up in arms about it, I don't think that's right. Because, bear with me for a second. The only reason that I had a successful culinary career, the only reason I got to be a caterer, the only reason that I got to be a cooking teacher, and the only reason that I worked with other catering companies, it's simple. I lucked out and had one of those chefs that you would take unpaid work for. He just happened to become head chef at the restaurant I currently worked at. So my head chef quit, and the guy that took his place was fucking he was a monster. Think of how often XQC streams, like in his prime, if you know who that is, or Distortion 2, you guys know him. in their prime, like no days off, every single solitary day. As soon as you get there, they're there. When you leave, they're still staying. Like they are there every single. Anyway, he was fucking cracked, and that's the only reason I went anywhere in life, because I technically didn't have one of those unpaid jobs, but it was all the benefits of that unpaid job, and I just happened to get paid for it. You know what I mean? So if I were to give advice to people, if you're young in the chat, or if you're in one of these situations right now, don't think that taking an unpaid job isn't worth it. If your living is getting paid for, that 1 year of experience you get from that professional, like if you're working for someone that's the best in the world, let's say you're in the industry, the chef industry, and you could work for Gordon Ramsay for 6 months, but you can't get paid. Take that fucking job, because the rest of your life, that 6 months is gonna carry the rest of your entire life. Like school did nothing for me. Culinary school is like, anyway, I could go down the rabbit hole with this, but it depends on the person. Like I said, this all goes back to why I didn't do that, because I didn't care. That's all there is to it. I'm like, nah, like, sure, you could get all the experience, but you know, I wanted some spending money. But yeah, it just depends on the person. And it depends on where you are in life. By the way, another thing, just to end this, or I don't know if you guys are hating this conversation. When that chef quit the restaurant, he asked me to come work at he was opening up a new place, and he asked me to come with him. And he offered me low pay, and he said the experience you'll get will be worth it. I had that situation, but I said no. He was shocked. I said no, and everyone at work thought I was crazy. And guess why I said no? And guess why everyone thought I was crazy? Can you guess? Because I was like, I want to stream video games, and I want to... yeah. So it's not always the best decision. But yeah, I actually had... The first person that ever hated me on the job was because of that choice. He was super pissed at me that the chef offered me the job he wanted. And the dude always treated me like shit, like I was bad at cooking. It was this whole debacle, but anyways, once I was offered that job, that dude wanted me dead. It was horrible. Well, I mean, I may as well go on my full life story at this point. I may as well finish off the story. But at that point, I actually moved to Vancouver just for 4 months, lived with my brother, rent free. And the thing I did before I left Vancouver was I went to PAX West, and I went into League of Legends trivia. I won like 200 codes because I knew that I was a D-Gen no-lifer. I was the OG no-life League of Legends player before anyone else was no-life. So I won a bunch of trivia. I got like 200 codes to give away on stream, and yeah, my first stream was giving away codes for League of Legends. LOL. I forget where this story started. I'm sorry that it was such a big explanation. Oh yeah. Taking it in. Oh yeah. Everyone lives far away. The internship. Yeah. The tangent. It all started with the RE board game. That other chef was none other than Albert Einstein. Dude, that other chef, he was like the typical like super cocky person you would hate to work alongside of. He thought everything he did was correct, and he thought everything else everyone else did was bad. And yeah, anyway, he was just full of himself. And then when the person that he thought sucked got the job he wanted, I think it just blew his life into pieces. I had something like that with a streamer too. It's if anyone knows what I'm talking about, don't say it. Don't say it. But the exact same thing happened with a streamer. Exact same situation, kind of. Where it's just like you're just doing your own thing, and all of a sudden you get lucky, and the other person fucking hates you for it. And that's what happened with the dude in the other chef. Shit happens. Yo, thank you, Nabil. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it was a crazy 2 to 3 weeks. It was crazy, bro. It was crazy. Yeah, Joe Rogan is who I'm talking about. Would I ever move to the States? Nothing's off the table, you know. Yeah, I might play the RE card game one day. Okay. Guys, should we do this review? Found out about the stream from that period? Nice. Yeah, that was like 5 years ago. Crazy. Maybe 6. Oh yeah, it's a terrible trait to have. Like, you can always find what you're looking looking at other people to blame is never good. You should always just try and work on yourself and achieve what you want to achieve. Every human has an idea of how far they can go with whatever they want to do. You don't have to fixate on other people's success or downfall and relate it to yourself. Thank you, Nabil, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, Jack. Yo, Artful. Is 2 chats hard? No, not really. It's like the same thing. I just read both and I respond to both. Yo, thank you, Lincoln. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. No message. Sure. Thank you. Imagine playing Ari and MOBA and the creeps are zombies. If I had a fucking genie bottle right here and I jerked it off or whatever and a genie came out, I'd be like, bruh, give me a game as good and as popular as like League of Legends or Call of Duty that's like insanely grindy but really fun and high quality in the Resident Evil universe, and I'd be set. Like in terms of entertainment and content at like forever. It'd be amazing. I wish Resident Evil could get the online thing right, dude. A Resident Evil MOBA could work. A Resident Evil card game could work. A Resident Evil auto chess game could work so fucking well. They could literally take any of the trending like auto chess, battle royale, card game, MOBA, MMO. They could literally do any of them. Like, actually, I could shoot you a fucking idea for each of those topics right now. And it would work so much better than everything they've ever done. Like, auto chess would be fucking sick. They could have all these different types of zombies. They could, like, they have the armored zombies, the forest zombie with the explosive. They, like, you know, the Crimson Head, different types of Crimson Head, bulletproof helmet, armor. The list goes on. You could have like 40 different types of zombies. Auto chess. And then you have all these different bioweapons. They have so many like bioweapons at this point, and so many main characters. Dude, auto chess would be fucking sick. Yeah, Warcraft Rumble, but Resident Evil. Yeah, I'll raise you one. Hearthstone Battlegrounds or Team Fight Tactics, Team whatever the fuck it's called, but Resident Evil. God, it would. Oh, it's just so annoying how like that idea is so. It's not extremely low effort. It would take a small team of people. I think Reverse is very low effort, but they could just pump that out. But something like that would take a small, passionate team of people, and it would be quite a bit of work. But dude, something like any of those ideas, and with the Battle Royale, drop down by yourself, solo queue, or with like 2 other friends, drop down into an insanely huge raccoon city, similar to Fortnite, except there's bioweapon. Every bioweapon you could think of exists. It's a PvEVP, similar to Exoprimal, but not fucking garbage. there is a simple idea that would be fucking awesome. Like, that would be fun. But no, they have to keep pumping out like shit that, and it's not that people ask for what I just said, but they have to keep pumping out shit that's like a bad idea and no one wants it. It's crazy to me that like, I don't want this anymore, but in the past 10 years, them not capitalizing on the Battle Royale thing is nuts to me. Like, it's nuts. It would have worked. I mean, it still could work, but it would have worked so well. Like, they have all this shit. I don't know why they never did it. I'm dropping off the battle bus at Clock Tower. Ugh. I'm dropping at the RPD, bro. I'm trying to get that Magnum from the locker. No, dude, don't go there. Everyone goes there. Meet me at the zoo. No, dude, the fucking elephant is there. Yeah, it's got good loot, but the fucking elephant and the lions, man. Let's not go there. But the clock tower has dog Nemi. I'm dropping at Bach Island. Hot dropping at Kendo's. Yeah, Kendo's has all the shotguns. Oh, man. Come on, dude. Come on. Exoprimal could have been good. I fully agree. The things they fucked up with Exoprimal... Oh, man. If you guys ever played that game, there are some, like, big flaw. Like, I forget what it is, but you get two kinds of experience in that game, and it's like, what were they thinking? Like, oh my god. And there's something huge. There's something massive in that game that's so stupid. Oh yeah, you can't read what your fucking skills do until you go into the game. Like, there's these small problems. Now, in your head, you think, oh, it just sucks. Like, it sucks because it sucks. But all these little things build up to make it suck. Like, when I first played Exoprimal, I'm like, all right, I'm going to try this class. And I go click on the class and the character select screen. It doesn't tell me what they do. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Summoning raptors. Yep. The community left is insanely toxic. I played a couple games of Resistance. The first game, chat was going crazy. The second game, chat died down a little, and I dared not play a third game. Well, yeah, I mean, the things that made Exoprimal bad are what I just said, like the small things with the double experience that just makes, like, earning XP feel worthless, the not being able to check skills in the menu, and also the fact that, like, based on RNG, you can either get a really fun level, and I'm not talking levels like Dead by Daylight where it's like, oh shit, this is survivor favored, or oh shit, this killer is slightly worse here. It's like, in Exoprimal, it's like, this is literally the tutorial map that I've played 10,000 times and it was boring the first time and it's boring the 10,000th time. Or I could get this really fucking cool, like, purple Tyrannosaurus raid that's like fucking badass, has sick music, it's a sick fight, it's super hype. And those two are in the pool together. Like, how I don't get what crack they were smoking, but they certainly shouldn't serve it to anyone else in that building. I see, Danielle. What was it about? Yeah, that was weird too, Bawkbasoup. Roguelike would be sick too. Like, I would love something like, what's the Diablo 1 style Vampire Survivors kind of game? But that would work insanely well. Like, if they did a Vampire Survivors-esque Halls of Torment. Like, if they did something like Halls of Torment, but like AAA, or not even AAA, just put a small team on it, like I said. Just call it Resident Evil, like Raccoon City or some shit. You play as any like of the main characters. The Krauser's got the knife or the bow, and you know. Ah, man, it's crazy that coming up with ideas that are better than like Resistance and Reverse, and Umbrella Corp. It's like it takes like 2 seconds. It's like, yeah, that's better. That's better. That would sell better. That would sell better. That would sell better. And it would. We all know it would. All right, shall I show the screen? Trying to get myself mentally prepared for a 4-hour session. You know what I mean, boys and girls? No, I don't know if it's not gonna take 4 hours. It will not take 4 hours, fellerinos. Hey, everybody. All right, guys, what's everyone's favorite Resident Evil game? All right, well, let's get this out of the way. Look, that's what I love about Resident Evil. See how different everyone's answer is? Now, some of you are trolling. Every Umbrella Corp is troll. But that's what I love about this franchise. I like how there's some people that are already like, this is S tier, that's S tier. This is my list. And I would love to see everyone else's list when we're done. Yeah, the list is over. That's all I have to say. Drops the mic. What I'm afraid, or you guys have a mission, okay? The comments that scroll to the end of the video are very obvious. That don't listen to anything. I will explain thoroughly why I put something where it is. If you scroll to the end of the video and you just look at the end, you're gonna be upset no matter what. You are. Because, like, let's say your favorite game is 7 and I put it here. And you're like, wow, this list is invalid. 7's the best game of all time. But then you hear my reasoning for why I put it there. And you're like, oh, wait, he doesn't like half of the game. Oh, okay, it makes sense why he would put that there. I actually liked the boat. So it would go higher up for me because I liked the whole game, not just 50% of it. I'm not putting this here. I'm just giving an example. You know what I mean? You're about to visit an Italian channel on Twitch? Okay. Would I legitimately look at my own tier list? I could, hey, yeah, you know what'd be fun? After this, we could look at my other tier list I did and see how, I didn't look at it. I don't know what it says. I guarantee it's gonna look different though. I always tell chat this, when you guys like, what's your favorite this and that and this and that, which those questions are valid. Those are like the most common. You go on your first date, it's like, what's your favorite fucking dildo? You know? But it's hard to answer those. Cause like my favorites change every day and they're super subjective, and I wake up one day, I'm like, Resident Evil 3. And I wake up the next day, I'm like, RE2. You know, it's hard. It's hard. Cool first date questions, yeah. You guys want any other tips? Here, if you guys need any dating tips, you know, ask up. I'll answer them right now. Tell us about my first dates. I grew up at a different time. I don't think I've ever been on a first date. My whole life has just been from instant girlfriend. Like, want to go out? Sure. Okay. That's it. I don't think I've ever been on an actual date with someone that wasn't already a girlfriend. I don't think I have. The Rizzler. The Rizzler. Well, like, am I alone here? Like, surely most people are that way. Run straw polls at the end and roast chat's opinion. I mean, I could do polls at the end. I can't be in a relationship, just not ready for it, says Jow Vitter. Fuck yeah, dude. That is the comment, man. That's what ruins lives, getting into a relationship before you're ready, and then it's not even a good relationship to begin with. That'll ruin your future. It will. The more people that can admit that to themselves, the more happy they'll be later on in life when they are ready for a relationship and then they get into one. Way too many people get into one too early. But everyone should do what makes them happy. I know this from personal experience, by the way. The whole reason one of the other factor besides the whole story I told earlier that I got into streaming was I got out of a horrible relationship and I just didn't want to talk to any of my friends anymore. Well, I did, like, it's complicated. I'm not going to get into it, but I was just like, I just want to be by myself and not go into a relationship for a while. So I did that. Hell yeah. You met her. Wait, what do you mean? You met your missus on Twitch. At Bawkbasoup, I met my missus on Twitch and it happened organically. I could not be happier. I actually met her here too. You mean you met your wife in my chat, or... Yes? The Rizzler! That's quite something. Oh, that's really cool. You guys may have told me that in the past. I am so bad at remembering personal life shit. For even some of my closest friends, I can't even tell you what they do for a job. But it's not fair to reverse it because it's so easy to know what I do. But oh, most of my friends are in IT. That's insane, though. That's insane. That's very cool. I didn't know you met here. Looking crazy, bro. What do? I just talk to like a bunch of Chads and Chad S's. Like I talk to a bunch of like super fucking cool people every day. And basically I just sit at my house. It's hard to explain. I like sit at my house and I talk to my webcam. And my webcam responds with thousands of different comments. It's quite something. You met your guys. Where did you meet your? Because actually no, never mind. Never mind. We're supposed to be doing a tier list. Car accident. Explain that. That's like from a movie. Thank you, Gatsu. Rate my exes. I don't have anything against any of my exes. I'm not someone that's like, oh, she was crazy. I've definitely had some like, I've had some that have done crazy things, but none of them are crazy. I don't blame young people for anything. Because I did a lot of stupid shit when I was young. I say young people because a majority of my relationships were in like college and high school. If I was to call anyone crazy that I was in a relationship with in the past, I'd be the biggest. I'm hypocritical on some things, 100%, because as a streamer, I'm talking 8 hours a day, every single fucking day about the same fucking questions. So like, I'm bound to say something and then say the opposite later on in life. Like, this is the kind of career where people will take a clip of you 6 years ago, pretend like humans aren't supposed to change, but like, you said the opposite in this clip. Like, yeah, bro, that clip was when I was like 15. You're talking to like an 80-year-old right now. Yeah, fucking. Like, people still reference my blind playthrough of RE3 Remake. It's like, you liked, like, why the sudden change? It's like, you're fucking taking the first ever playthrough where I was on heavy copium. Like, I was in complete disbelief. Felt like I had fucking Stockholm syndrome. But yeah, like, I can't look back and be like, oh, my exes were fucking crazy. Because I was fucking I was insane. Like, I was nuts. I was borderline, like, everyone drank a fuck ton where I grew up. I borderline alcoholic, super stoner after that. I got no one to say is crazy. Although here's something one of my exes did that was a little crazy. You guys ready? One time, one of my exes for my birthday bought me a new bong, a grinder for weed, and she bought weed for me, okay? Fast forward a few weeks, she's getting mad at me for smoking weed. I was like, well... It's like, well, bruh. Like, I think you have a part in this, sir. Yeah, she set me up. Men, women. I don't know. It was a test. It was a test. All right. What are they doing now? I've got no fucking clue. Nor do I care. Thank you, Bollywood Shank. Actually, I know what a couple of them are doing, but most of them I don't know. They're pretty sure most of them are like married with kids now. Whew. I have a lot of exes. All right. And that's where we move on to the tier list. What do you say, fellas? What do you say? I wasn't a player. Like, I just was in relationships growing up. That's all. Who would be the most psycho ex in the Resi universe? Jessica from Revelations. Yeah, another way to die. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Simmons, actually. Simmons. Whew. Thank you, Cookie TV. Yeah, like I was in relationships like probably yearly since like grade 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, college, second year college. Then I went on like a 5-year hiatus. All right. Thank you, Kookie. Thank you. And thank you, Michael Cassio. Thank you, Darkstar. Thank you, Anubonymous. Thank you, Gatsu and Bollywood. And thank you, Swoop Crown. All right, I'm going to move these to there. I'm going to turn them down a little. Just 1 second. All right. Okay, guys, are we ready? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We'll see. I'll do a lot of tier lists after this. All right. Back. Is the layout all good? Let's see. And you guys share what you think as well as we go on. I will take a break after I talk about each game, and I'll look at chat and see what you guys have to say. All right. Hi, YouTube. So I am doing a review for every single Resident Evil game ever made, or at least the ones on this list. I just finished doing a 155-hour marathon of playing every single Resident Evil that ever existed, and then some. I played a lot of the DLC. I played games like the Resident Evil Degeneration on the N-Gage, but moral of the story, I've played every single one of these games, and I played them all in the past 2 weeks. So now that everything's all fresh in my mind, I figured I would review each and every one of them, and just give my own personal opinion. By the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, like after the fact, if you scroll to the end, you're going to be disappointed, because everyone is. Like, usually people that scroll to the end are looking for one game, and if it's not where they want it, they're angry. But just hear me out on everything. I have like 5,000 plus hours on this whole franchise. And I have a lot to say, and I have specific reasons why I personally, remember, tier lists are personal. Like, you're not, I would never be wrong about this or right. It's just your own personal opinion. And maybe I could change some of your guys' opinions, and maybe if I read chat or the YouTube comments, you will change my opinion, because that's happened many times before. But yes, if you do scroll to the end, you're going to be disappointed. But if you hear me out, it'll make a lot more sense. So let's see, what game should we start with, fellas? What game should, well, we have RE0's theme on. Should we start with RE0? We could go in canon order. All right. Resident Evil 0. Let's just put this here for now, and I'll talk about it. I'm not gonna actually, let's put it here. All right, let's put it there. So Resident Evil 0. This is the first game in canon, I believe, starring Rebecca and Billy. I actually like this game. I think it's fine. It gets a lot of hate online, and I can explain why it gets hate. But first, I want to talk about the stuff I like about RE0. I love a lot of the environments in this game. There's a lot of like dark, scary, eerie environments in Zero. It probably has the most of them that any RE game has in the franchise, possibly. It has very, very dark, atmospheric music as well. Like, it is the, like, it's the most, I can't think of the word for it, but it's definitely the most like dark and depressing-esque Resident Evil in terms of its atmosphere and its sound design. And I love those things about it. I also love sequences where you are playing as one character and the other is AI, and it's doing what you want it to do. Where you and Rebecca are standing at the end of a train car, both with your pistols out, popping off on zombies together. That is unreal. I love that stuff. Like, it's so much fun to do that. Now, I will tell you guys why people dislike Zero, because I know the reasons why. One of the major problems with this game, and I've talked about this many times, is that everyone's experience is going to be vastly different. Now, where you're probably thinking, well, that's obvious. Everyone's experience with every game is different. This game is special, and CVX has the same kind of problem. There are certain sequences in Resident Evil 0. I can give a specific example. There's a part when you first get to underneath the church, and there's a hole in the ceiling, and the game asks you, would you like to send up Billy or would you like to send up Rebecca? If you send up Billy, you have made your playthrough. By the way, I've beaten the game like 20, 30 times. You've made your playthrough vastly more difficult. And if you send up Rebecca, you've made your playthrough pretty easy. When Rebecca's up there, it's like a 20 to 30 minute segment. When Billy's up there, it could be a 45-minute to like a 3-hour segment. You can completely screw yourself over. You can get soft locked because you don't have enough ammo or heals, and you never understand what you did wrong. And a lot of people might send Billy up because the hook shot, it's like, oh, well, Billy's stronger. I'll send Billy up. Like, that's the scary area. I don't know what's up there. Like, down here is safe. I'll just keep Rebecca here. I'll give Billy all the ammo and weapons, and we'll send him up. Big mistake. You're supposed to send Rebecca up. Case in point, player A sends Billy up. has to go back to the mansion, has a rough time with the monkeys because there's a bunch of new enemies and stuff respawns. Player B sends Rebecca up. It's easy. You go up there. There's a simple puzzle. You send the leech back down. Billy opens the door. Simple. Player A is gonna hate the game way more than player B. So despite if that comes up during their review, like, oh, what'd you think of RE0? They might not mention any of that. But in the back of their head, that makes for a way worse experience. Anyway, the hookshot made this game badly. If they were to made this game much worse, sorry. If they were ever to remake RE0, I think taking away the hookshot would benefit this game greatly. Basing segments of your game on an RNG choice, like a random 50-50 in the player's head, where one player can make the good decision based off nothing, and the other player can make a bad decision based off of nothing, and both of those things can like really hinder your experience, is just bad game design. And RE0 has quite a few moments with that, and a lot of those moments involve the hookshot. Also, they got rid of item boxes in RE0, which is something people hated, and they replaced it with being able to drop items, which that's great. Like thinking in your head, finally I could drop items. Like nothing sucks more in an RE game when you're 50 miles away from a save box, you go to loot something, it's like your inventory's full, and then you're thinking, oh, I gotta run all the way. So to solve that, they let you drop items, but they also took item boxes away. Now this is where the hookshot comes in again. Having to lug around a 2-slot inventory item the entire game and you never ever know when you're gonna need it is bad. Now, some players might have just dropped it in the lobby of the main mansion and left it there until they needed it. That's smart, that's good. But some players carry it around because it's like, well, it's a key item. I might need it up here. If I go check upstairs, I might need it if I go out this way. So I'm going to take it with me. And for those players, again, it's that like 50-50 where they're going to have a far worse time with the game. With all that being said, I do like the music in this game. I do like the environments. Rebecca is a great character. I think Billy's a great side character. The story is off the walls. Like it feels like they played Final Fantasy. Like let's just implement that into Resident Evil. Like the opera singing Leech Man and the backstory, like with Birkin and Wesker and James Marcus. It's a little wacky. I'd say it's maybe the most wacky or top 3 wacky stories in the mainline franchise. And I don't think it's the greatest. I think they could have come up with something better. But regardless, I still think it's a decent game. Like if you're a really big fan of the classics like 1, 2, and 3 and Remake, I still think 0 is worth a play. And with all those things I just said, all this comes down to is that it's a harder game. Because of these decisions, if you make those bad decisions, it's a much harder game. If you make the good decisions, it's pretty equal in its difficulty. So I would put it's gonna be far down on B, but I'd say it's a B. What do you guys think? That's true, Ali. You say it's S+? Nice. Thank you, Wesker Wong. B, I think for most people, B is generous. I think a lot of people would say C. But I like the game. I think the game is fun. I've always enjoyed 0 for the most part. And B, when you talk about the rest of the franchise, B is not crazy generous if you're looking down there at the games. All right. Moving on. Resident Evil 1. Okay, let's put this right here for now. So Resident Evil 1. This was the first Resident Evil I was ever introduced to. My oldest brother played it when I was like 5 years old, and I would just watch him play scared out of my mind. I never played it myself as a kid. But when I started streaming, I actually first played Resident Evil on stream. It was the first time I ever completed the game. So some things I love about Resident Evil 1 is the music, as you can hear right now. So my favorite music in the franchise. It's just so eerie, and it's just so like oddly, for me, it's like oddly comfortable. Probably because it's just a nostalgic game, but I do just love walking around the mansion and hearing the music change every couple rooms into this other weird, like just eerie song. It's like it's hard to explain for me. But It's very simple. There's not much to it. You tank controls, you run forward, you aim your weapon. There's not very many mechanics. But it's the game that started it all. I personally love Resident Evil for the voice acting. If it wasn't for the voice acting, if the voice acting was good, it'd be here. Maybe. But because of the voice, I have this. You're almost a Jill sandwich. Ouch! All that shit makes me adore Resident Evil. Like, people play games for many different reasons. And that is something that will be prevalent in this tier list. I love it for the voice acting. I can listen to those cutscenes all day and laugh my ass off at them. Well, nowadays I don't laugh my ass off anymore, you know. But when the first few times I played this, I was in tears laughing. In tears laughing, though, at a horror game, doesn't that mean it's bad? For me, I rate these games based off of how much I enjoy playing them. And Resident Evil 1, I love playing through. And its simplicity does it favors nowadays. Like, sometimes games are overly complicated. Like RE6 is overly complicated with its gameplay mechanics. And Resident Evil 4 Remake can arguably be a little overcomplicated for some people. And if you want something simple that's still like weirdly scary with its bad graphics and also weirdly funny with its awkward voice acting, RE1 is amazing. And it's also one of my most played RE games. But I'd say it's a nice A. And if people put it an S, I think that's fair too. Or if people put it lower, like Resident Evil, to me, the OG is something that I think for everyone making a tier list or everyone reviewing the game will put it in a vastly different spot. Some people put it in S and say it's the best horror game of all time, and some people put it in D and talk about how bad the voice acting is. But for me, you know, there's a lot of stuff I love about it, but I also don't think it's perfect. It's a little too simple for me to absolutely love playing. Thank you, Chippy, for the 96 months. And thank you, Shano. Thank you. Yeah, what do you guys think? For you, it's a D+. For you, it's a B. Yeah, see, I think it's all over the place for RE1. And I feel like putting it in S tier is just my nostalgia speaking. So I'd like to just put it in A. Tank controls are awful. Well, tank controls are the control scheme all the way up until RE6. So if tank controls are awful, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 0, and CVX are out the window. All right, next up is Resident Evil 2. So I think this goes without saying. Resident Evil 2 is easily one of the best Resident Evil games ever made. I honestly don't even know what to say. It's got amazing pacing. It's got great characters. It's got a great story. It's got great side characters. It's got a great soundtrack, as you can hear. I think RE2 is like one of the pinnacles of Resident Evil. And on top of that, it's one of the best sequels of all time. It's one of the best games on PS1. It's one of the best in a lot of different categories. Is it my favorite Resident Evil? No. But is it one of my favorites? Definitely. I think if most horror fans play Resident Evil 2, they will understand. They will at least understand why people love it. Great soundtrack, pacing, areas, atmosphere, puzzles are not the greatest, actually. I was gonna say puzzles, and then as soon as I said it out loud, I'd say the only thing... Two things are bad about Resident Evil 2, in my opinion. The puzzles are sort of just like, hey, 2 statues. Okay, well, this one faces this way. I'll push it against that wall, and that one faces that way. Hey, you can use a lighter here. Okay, I'll do it. Like, you know, the puzzles are very, very, like, simplistic. It has the easiest in the franchise. And on top of that, despite whether or not you remember this as a kid, it is also one of the easiest Resident Evil games ever made. But I don't think that is a weak point of it. I think that honestly is some of the charm. And why I say that is just because the game gives you so much ammo. But your first time playing through a Resident Evil game, you won't use a lot of that ammo because the trap every new Resident Evil player falls into, it's the same for everyone, is you save your ammo for the hard part, and the hard part never comes, and then you beat the game with 1,000,000 bullets in your box, and you're walking into the final boss with like a rocket launcher, a machine gun full on ammo, 100 grenade rounds. You're like, let's go, dude. You shoot him 8 times and he dies, and it's like, oh, like that is classic playing through these old Resident Evil games. Anyway, not to go on a tangent, I love Resident Evil 2. It's one of my favorite games ever made, and like I said, I think it's one of the best games ever made. But I don't think there's much to say. The game speaks for itself. It has a ton of content. All the content is great. The 4 scenarios, the Tofu, Hunk, and then all the version exclusives like the Dreamcast version has Nightmare Mode, the N64 version has blood color choices, different costumes, a randomizer, and other weird things, actually. And the GameCube version has skippable cutscenes. It was ported to many different things. Anyways, there's just a ton to love in Resident Evil 2, and it's hard to talk about because, like, I feel like no explanation's really needed. I don't think many would argue with RE2 and S, and if you did argue it, you'd probably have it in A, I'd say. But easily one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT. But there's a lot of Resident Evils on this list that I would say are, like, top tier. Thank you, Fatty V. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, you guys are like me. There's not much to say. All right. Alrighty. RE3. All right, I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna go on a bit of a streak here. RE3 is my personal favorite Resident Evil, as anyone in this community already knows. It's like RE2. I don't really know everything to say about it in such a short time span. But what I love in RE3 is everything. Great soundtrack, great environments, great characters. To a degree, some of the characters are a little throwaway, but I personally love all of them. I love Mikhail. I love Nikolai being the like side antagonist. Nemesis is my favorite character in the entire franchise, or my favorite enemy in the entire franchise. But I digress. My favorite things about Resident Evil 3 are that you can fight Nemesis every time you see him, and each fight is insanely hard. The Nemesis fights early on are very difficult to do if you're not glitching him out. I have watched some gamer streamers play RE3, fight Nemesis at the RPD station, think it's going to be this easy thing, and they end up doing it for 2-3 hours, give up, and then look up the speed strat where you just glitch him into a wall. It's hard. And why I love that it's that hard is because it gives you an amazing reward. You get the Eagle pistol, or parts of the Eagle pistol. Then you fight him again in the police station. Just a little less hard of a fight because you have either the Magnum or the grenade launcher at that point. Then you build the Eagle, and the game is free from that point. But I love that the game introduces you with 2 really hard fights right off the bat, and if you do them, it's like, here you go. You have earned this super overpowered weapon. Love that shit. And if you do it again, you get more and more rewards as you fight him. Love that. Yeah. I love everything about RE3. Another thing, you can play through RE3 any way you want. You can go, there's 3 main areas, the pharmacy, the power station, and the gas station. And you can go to them in whichever order the player chooses, which is amazing. And if you choose to go, let's say the gas station before the pharmacy, the cutscenes will swap around, Nemesis will show up in different areas, the game will just change. The game has a ton of RNG, so every playthrough is different than your last playthrough. It's another thing I love about the game. It's a big reason why I speedrun the game for such a long time, and will probably still speedrun it till I'm freaking dead. But yeah, I love RE3. The downsides, by the way, before we move on, is the dodge system is janky as hell. The dodge system is like, if you play through RE3 and you think to yourself, man, I suck at this game, the dodge is so hard. The best players in the world can't do the dodge like consistently. They could do it better than a casual player, sure, but even the best in the world can't perform that dodge every time they want to, because it's just janky. That's all there is to it. So that doesn't work very well. But other than that, I love everything else. And the enemy variety. Love all the enemies in RE3. It's funny, I have the least to say about my favorite Resident Evil games, because I feel like I've already said too much in the past. Thank you, Derpy, for the 54. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Not biased. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm going to be biased this whole list because it's my own opinion tier list. But yeah, by the way, just to finish off, if you will put it lower in like an objective review tier list, does it deserve to be here? I don't know. That has a lot of problems, but for me, I can look past all of those problems because I enjoy playing the game and it is super, super fun to me. In my opinion, it is the perfect mix of action and horror. It has a ton of weapons that aren't crazy overpowered, a ton of different enemies, and the dodge system all blend together to make the perfect action horror experience. Similar to how people see RE4 and similar to how people see RE4 Remake is that perfect little bundle of action horror. I see RE3 that way. Alrighty. Oh, and the crafting system is God tier. Best crafting system in the whole franchise, even though it's a little overly complicated. Okay, what's next up? Next up is CVX. All right, this one is really tough, guys. If you're new to the franchise, this one's going to be something that you see chat going crazy for and the YouTube comments are going to go crazy for. This is a controversial one, and I have a lot to say about this. Let's just put it here. I don't want people to start off already. So, I'll talk about the... God, it's funny, I have so much to say about every other game, but RE2 and 3, it's just like, you know, I love them. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. All right, so CVX, it has many good things and many bad things. So CVX has easily one of the best soundtracks in the franchise. Everything is, well, sounds like it's orchestrated. And it has many, 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 many different songs and they're all incredible. They all have this, it's almost like, it almost feels like Banjo-Kazooie-esque where there's a lot of songs that are samey that will transition into a new song, but you can hear previous beats from an older one. Love that. It has this theme going for it. And I love that. I love the soundtrack so much. I think it's one of the best soundtracks in the whole franchise. I love a lot of the boss fights. I love the weird, wacky characters like Albert and Alexia. Like Albert, Alexia, and Steve. People hate those characters. I love them. I love the creepy ass, weird Steve, like just so insecure about everything just because of his past traumas, yada, yada, yada. I love wacky Albert and I love wacky Alexia and the whole Ashford family. All the Wesker cutscenes in the game are hilarious. Well, they're not hilarious to you guys probably, but I love them. I think they're hilarious and I just love everything about them. Yeah. For the most part, that's what I love about CVX. Just the wacky story, the amazing soundtrack, and the wacky characters. Okay, so I will tell you guys why people dislike CVX, because I know exactly why people dislike it. Where these games aren't really controversial, CVX is very controversial in many different ways. So like I was talking with RE0, there are many points in CVX where you're playing through the game where player A will go this way and player B will go that way. And if player A, let's assume they go the right way and player B goes the wrong way, you're making your playthrough hours longer. You have less ammo, you have less heals, and you will most likely soft lock on Plain Tyrant. Now let me ask, chat, ones in the chat if you've ever stopped playing at Plain Tyrant. Just curious. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, and there it is. And why that is because, similar to Zero, player A went the right way and had no trouble with Plain Tyrant. Player B went the wrong way and had a lot of trouble with Plain Tyrant because they walked by a bunch of enemies that they couldn't kill that injured them on their way, or that they did kill and then ran out of the good ammo on Plain Tyrant. Let's say you got past Plain Tyrant. Okay. So that's the prison section, all right? So already you have these, and by the way, I know this because I'm one of those people. The first 24-hour marathon I ever did, on my stream. I played Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, and CVX. Except in CVX, I quit at Plane Tyrant, and I switched to RE3. So I went 1, 2, CVX, stopped at Plane Tyrant, and switched to RE3 because I wasn't having fun, and I felt like I was soft locked. This is before I ever, I never played Resident Evil games at that point. Well, casually I did. But that was the first time on stream that I was like, let's play some Resident Evil. And that led into me speedrunning Resident Evil. Anyway, that's how I know this is factual, and you guys in chat also said you went through the same thing. So another major problem that CVX has, if you made it through that part. When you switch to Claire, or when you switch to Chris first, the game doesn't tell you. You play as Claire, you know you're going to fight a boss, you take all your ammo out of the box, you go fight Nosferatu, and what does the game do? It switches your character. Now, you're probably thinking, well, that's fine, how's that a problem? Well, if you brought everything to that boss fight, which most people probably did, because why? It's a Resident Evil game. You're going to fight a boss. Bring the bullets and bring the weapons. When you switch to Chris and open the box, you realize, hey, wait, there's items in here. The game should have told the player that you were going to switch characters, or better yet, the game should have taken Claire's inventory and put it in Chris's box or Chris's inventory. That just small quality of life is a major reason why people don't like the game. Now, I know you'll probably hear online about people like, I hate the story, I hate this or that. It is factual that your playthrough of the game is heavily altered by whether or not you took items out of the item box or left them in there for when you switch to Chris. And then the game does it again when you switch to Claire. So when you save Claire as Chris, you know what you're thinking? You're thinking to yourself, I'm not going to get stabbed again like I did last time. This time, I'm ready for it. I'm going to go back to the box before we switch to the main character of the game, Claire, the character you start as, and I'll put everything in the box for Claire, because you're going to play as her the rest of the game, obviously. She's the main character. You put all your stuff in the box, you switch back to Claire, you play as Claire, you go to the box, you take all Chris's stuff in your inventory now, and then you play for 5 minutes and you switch back to Chris, and Chris is in the middle of a boss fight when you switch back to him. That's bad game design. That is terrible game design. Where, like all those things combined is just bad game design through and through. You teach the player that leaving stuff in your inventory is bad, and then they don't do it the next time, and they're heavily punished for it. You throw them into a boss fight and Chris is buck naked. He's got the knife. That is 101 bad game design. And I'm not saying that, that's bad game design, therefore it's a C. I'm saying it's bad game design in terms of, you see all the hate for Code Veronica online? I'm explaining to you why people don't like it. People don't like it because of these fundamental bad things in the game. Now, let's say that Capcom released a patch that was like, your items go into the box, and everyone that hated the game played through it again, they'd enjoy it more. Now, would they bring it from a D to an S? I don't know, maybe. But would they bring it from a C to a B? Or from a B to an A? Most likely, yeah. Because it's way more enjoyable when you don't get fucked over by the game. Anyways, that's why people dislike CVX. And the wacky story people can't get behind too. But with gameplay fundamentals and stuff like that, or just gameplay in general, that is why people don't like CVX. For me though, for me personally, like I said, I love the wacky story. This is tough. I love the wacky story, and here's the thing. Here's the major thing about CVX. CVX is like 0, and it's also like Tomb Raider 4. When I first played Tomb Raider 4 2 years ago. I'm gonna cut this short, don't worry. And I hated it, but I knew in my mind all the reasons I hated were CVX reasons. Silent Hill 4 The Room reasons, where it's like, in the next playthrough I won't make those mistakes. First playthrough could be like a C. Second and third playthrough, it's way better. It's way better when you don't get fucked. It's like, okay, booby trap, Capcom booby trap coming up, but I know about it. So you protect yourself. You put the items in the box, you give it to Chris. So it's a lot better of a game. I am giving it an A in that mindset, where I'm playing it again. For me, personally, okay? This is a personal tier list for me. You put the stuff in the box. You get it. And again, why I have it here is I love the characters. Steve might be annoying to you guys. He's fucking hilarious to me. Alfred and Alexia's storyline may piss you guys off because it shits all over canon and it completely changes the story and the narrative. For me, I find it hilarious. I love that. Like, Alfred's laugh alone is an extra point in the tier list. Like, oh my god, the wackiness of that game. Father! Yeah, everything. All the memes that spawned from CVX. And you know what? This is coming from someone who used to hate this game. If you talked to me 5, 6, 7 years ago, I'd put it here. But now I've warmed up to CVX. I think it's one of the better Resident Evil games. I really, really do enjoy it a lot. All right, baby. B without Steve, A with Steve. There we go. Father! All right, so let's see. Sorry, I saved a song for each game. But I don't know if I actually saved one for Survivor. Do 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 do. All right. All right, Resident Evil Survivor. Okay, so this is a game not a lot of people give a shit about, but I give a shit about it. So Survivor is the first-person Resident Evil game where you play as Ark Thompson. Yeah, I won't get into it. Anyway, great things about Survivor. It's basically pick your own adventure. There are multiple parts in the game where you will reach a three-way path where you can go this way, that way, or that way. And depending on what way you go, it'll change future cutscenes similar to RE3, and you'll go a completely different area. So, bare minimum, you want to play the game 3 times if you want to actually experience everything within the game. Which, to get your money's worth, you sort of have to, because I'm pretty sure it was a full price game when it came out, which is a bit of a scam. Let's be real. The AI is horrible. The story is... It's not a good game, okay? Let's just get this out of the way. It's not a good game. But it's a funny game. I think it's hilarious. I love Ark. I love his voice acting, his writing, the reveal where he remembers his friend Leon S. Kennedy, and he came here to investigate the Mr. X's. Love that. There's not much to say about Survivor. It's a subpar game with a subpar soundtrack and gameplay, but I really like it. Now, do I love it? Absolutely not. But do I think it is better than average? Yes. And I think it's primed for, if it ever got like a remaster or whatever, I don't want to say remake. There are many other games that need a remake for Survivor. But I like Survivor a lot. I think it's a solid C. Every time I play through it, I enjoy myself. And that's what these rankings are for. My enjoyment of playing through the game again and again and talking about it, listening to the soundtrack, yada yada yada. If you've never played this, do I recommend you play it? No. But if you is it one of the better like spin-offs? Definitely. You can get some enjoyment out of Survivor, especially if you have my it takes a certain sense of humor to enjoy Resident Evil Survivor. If you take these games dead serious, those kinds of people are the ones that are really disappointed by things like CVX and other things. And for me, it's hilarious. So if you have a wacko sense of humor like myself, you will find Survivor funny enough that you really enjoy it. I'm not Vincent. I'm Mark. Ah. Thank you, Emotionals. Thank you. Survivor in third person? Yeah, maybe.
What's going on with that radio?
Thank you, Bawkbasoup, for the 666. What's going on with that radio? Thank you, thank you. C is being generous to be on. Oh yeah, C is being super generous to Survivor. but I like Survivor a lot. There's a reason I added the D tier, by the way, or the E tier, because it started with S, A, B, C, and D. There's a reason the E tier exists. In this tier list, I think Survivor is a great C. If there was no E tier, it would be a D. All right. Survivor 2. Where's that banger? All right, guys. Resident Evil Survivor 2. Okay. We'll go with D. It's a rehash of CVX that takes like 10 minutes. it's like it's an arcade game that got a port, and if you like spamming the shoot button while holding in the run button, you'll like the game. And it has a great song too. Can you hear it? All right. It's got more than one mode as well, which is a plus. That's why it's on an E. Okay. All right, guys. Now, stop the music. Now, for the irresistible Resident Evil Gaiden for the Game Boy, where you play as Leon S. Kennedy and Barry Burton. I couldn't find a better song than this, but... Alright, Resident Evil Gaiden. The game has an ear-piercing soundtrack for some, okay? It's like the Genesis sound chip, where some people... You know the episode of South Park where, Stan and his dad are trying to appreciate each other's music, but it just sounds like shit? That's the Gaiden soundtrack. To some people, it'll be like, oh, hell yeah. And to others, you will pay them to turn it off. Okay, the music's out of the way. Gaiden, the enemies are cheap as hell. The combat is cheap as hell. You can soft lock yourself if you... at the last boss, if you use too much ammo before it. If you don't know the gas launcher cheese, the game is 10 times harder. This game is a headache. But it has a god tier ending. I'm putting it at D, because I am getting a fucking headache right now, actually. Where's the off button? All right. All right. Oh, I agree, Dr. Brown. I agree. I like the Sega Genesis sound chip, but I am aware that some people don't. All right. You know what? This isn't gonna make it into the YouTube video. You want to talk about the Sega Genesis sound chip? Here, let's talk about this.
Put that radio back on.
Thank you, Jokers. You want to talk about the Genesis sound chip? Here. Guys, one's in the chat if you like this, two's if you don't. And there you go. Split down the middle. Look at those ones and twos. All right. All right, anyway. Okay, I wasn't being fair. I put on a horrible song. All right, guys. Next up is Resident Evil Remake. Resident Evil Remake. So, in my opinion, this is the definition of survival horror. If any one of your friends or anyone that you know is like, what's a good survival horror game I could play? Resident Evil Remake is the definition of survival horror. It is everything survival horror should be. The mansion is like one big puzzle box. Every single thing you pick up, every single button you touch is connected to something else. It is a genius game. It improved in RE1 in every way, shape, and form, but at the same time, it honored everything about RE1 as well. It's the perfect remake, in my opinion, where, like, there are some cheesy lines in RE1 that are just ridiculously stupid. Like, Remake takes the cheesy lines, keeps them intact, but just alters the wording a little. It alters the emphasis on some words, and it's perfect. Like, they respect everything about the OG. They respect the soundtrack, the writing. They even don't even they still don't even have a canon ending. They didn't even fix that there was no canon ending in the first RE game. Like, they respected everything. And on top of that, here's what makes a great remake. The stuff they added is arguably the best stuff in the game. That whole extra lore with Lisa and traveling outside to her cabin and learning all that stuff about her and her family is possibly the best stuff in the game. You want to know what else is one of the best things in the game? The Crimson Heads, which aren't in RE1 OG. The stuff they added, you're remaking a beloved classic, and the stuff people love the most are the new things. That's how you fucking remake a game. And that is why I always go on rants about RE2 Remake and RE3 Remake. Because Resident Evil 1 Remake honored everything and added to it. That is the point of a remake. You take something that has aged badly, that is virtually unplayable to like Zoomers nowadays. They play it and they just couldn't play it because the graphics, whatever. And you make it playable and you make it better. You take the bad parts and you make them better. And Resident Evil 1 Remake did that with everything. The graphics were better, the soundtrack was better, everything was improved, and the new stuff was the best shit. That's how you remake a game, and it's one of the best games ever made in my opinion. And it helps that people don't know this. Resident Evil Remake is on the GameCube. And the remake got remastered on current gen. So a lot of people, I'm not kidding guys, I've taken polls, I've talked to chat about this, and I've been on the internet a long time. A lot of people think Resident Evil Remake came out a few years ago, like whenever the remaster came out, 2016 or whatever, 2015, 2016. No, it came out on GameCube, then it got remastered later. God tier game. Not much else to be said. Now, I'm going to tell you guys about a not-so-god tier game. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Resident Evil Dead Aim, starring Bruce McGilvray. This game. Okay, Dead Aim. If you like your cutscenes having slow motion, all right, what do I say? I love the save theme. It's playing right now. So it's a sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I gotta compose myself. So, Resident Evil. Sorry, I feel you guys probably think I'm acting. I'm cringing myself out. I need to get a drink of water. I'll be right back. I can't handle this. I'll be right back. All right, Dead Aim enjoyers, I'm back. Okay. Ugh. All right. Next up is Resident Evil Dead Aim. So, you move in third person and you fight in first person. It is very strange. The game is super low budget. It does introduce some new enemies and some new lore to the franchise. The main character, Bruce, is just a budget Leon S. Kennedy. The side character, Fong Ling, is just a budget Ada Wong. But I like it. I think it's fun. Oh, and the main virus turns the male antagonist into a female antagonist. So it's polarizing. Yeah, Dead Aim, there's not much to say. It's just a cheap RE game that it's just okay. It's just okay. Yeah, am I missing anything? Oh, just before we move on, the cutscenes, some of the cutscenes are hilarious. Like there's one where he's like, oh, did you get my money? $50 billion or some shit? I don't know. All right, let's just move on. Dead Aim is fun. I enjoy it. If you played it, will you like it? Probably not. But if you love Resident Evil and you could, this is that sense of humor thing again. If you can appreciate like a bad game sense of humor, you might love it. And I know people that do love it. So for some people, Dead Aim for them is their Survivor for me. But Survivor I think is better than Dead Aim. And there's a lot of like these two are interchangeable. I think these two are like the brother and sister of the bad RE games, where they're not too bad that they're almost unplayable, but they're not like must plays, you know what I mean? Anyway, fellers, anyway, fellers, anyway, fellers, anyway, fellers. All right. Okay. All right. Strap in, everybody. Strap in. I'm gonna review both of these games like they're the same game because they basically are. Now, if you scroll to this point in the video, you might be thinking, wow, because you said that, I don't trust your opinion. Outbreak is one of my favorite games of all time, and I am super conflicted on where to put it because I'll explain. This is the game I have the most to say about, so if you don't care, scroll ahead. Resident Evil Outbreak is an online game for the PS2. I played it when it came out, actually. My oldest brother had a job. He had a PS2. He had a modem for the PS2. He had an Ethernet cable to connect to our router to play the game online. Now here's the problem. I can't remember the year this game came out, but what I do remember is me having internet in general is a rarity, but having internet plus an Ethernet cable plus a modem to play Outbreak was an extreme rarity. A lot of people that reviewed Outbreak, critics that reviewed Outbreak, reviewed it as an offline game. That's nuts, because offline, this game is not the greatest. Online, it's like nothing you can ever find in any other game ever. Like, you cannot find anything like Outbreak, and that is why it's special. So anyways, this game is super far ahead of its time. Outbreak was released to console too early, that's basically what I'm trying to say. And it would have done way better, and it would have been considered a classic if it came out on PS3. Here are the bad things about Outbreak. The AI, which is offline. The load times, which is due to the PS2. No voice communication. You have to communicate. This is one of my favorite parts, though. This is where I'm conflicted. So there was no voice communication. You had to use the character. You had to take the stick and say thank you, or press this way to say help me, or press down to say come here, or press up. And players can only hear you if they're one room away, or something along those lines. So, you know, people would rather be able to talk, like proximity voice, like Lethal Company or Friday the 13th or whatever else. And I think that's a great thing too. but it came out on the PS2. Now I'm aware some games on PS2 did have that. Maybe SOCOM had that, I'm not sure. But Outbreak did need that to be that better game. Now here's the confliction. I think with all those factors in mind, actually I'm not even done talking about the game. This game has one of the best stories. It explains everything about Raccoon City. All the stuff you don't hear about in RE1, 2, and 3, Outbreak tells you. And Outbreak explains it within its notes and within playing through all the scenarios of the game. It has an amazing soundtrack. It has one of the best, or some of the most replayable scenarios and replayability in the franchise. There is like 70 unlockable characters. Each character that you unlock has different statistics, and they're a different class archetype to other characters. It has a ton of unlockables, and I love unlockables. It's my favorite thing in classic games like Time Splitters. Man, playing through the challenges in Time Splitters and seeing that you unlocked a new character to play as with all these different statistics and these different voice actors playing all their lines. Love that stuff. And Outbreak did that so well. If this game ever got a remake, okay, if this game got a remaster, I'm not saying it would be massive on Steam or on PS5 or Xbox, but if it got a remaster similar to the Tomb Raider remasters, where they made the load times instant, they improved the online functionality, they added proximity voice communication, they added more characters, more scenarios, this game would be pretty damn big. It wasn't even online in all of Europe, really. Shit, that doesn't help. Outbreak, if it came out on PS3, I would say it would, and like better load times, voice communication, online like everyone had the internet, everyone had online, like a modem, easy yes. But as it stands, like it had all these problems coming out. This is one of my most played games, by the way. I'm not gonna put Outbreak on there because I like File 2 more. Like critically, it's so hard to put it in A, but personally, it's one of my favorites. So, I don't know. Like, there are some things I dislike about Outbreak. Let's be real. But I didn't mean to like set it here and then be done with it. I'm still thinking about it. Oh, another thing. All right, I talked about remastering the game, and it would do really well, which it would. It would do very, very, very well on Steam because, like I said, it's a game like no other game. You can't get the Outbreak experience without Outbreak. Yada, yada, yada. I also think it's prime for a remake. If they remade this game and the RE engine, they could give one character class like Kevin, Jill's role. They could give another character class Leon's parry. Yada, yada, yada. You know what I mean? It would be perfect for a remake. But here's why they won't remake it anytime soon, and here's why it would be a bad remake probably. There is so much content in Outbreak that your head would spin. Remember when we talked about how Resident Evil took everything and made it better, and they didn't miss a beat, right? There's no way they could do that in the RE engine with Outbreak. Like, they missed beats with RE2 Remake. They missed 80% of the game with RE3 Remake. They nailed it with RE4 for the most part. But with Outbreak, dude, there's too much. There's no way they would make 80 playable characters, all with different statistics, all with different voice actors. There's no way they would do that. There's just no way. I love the game, but it has its problems. We'll just add them here. I like File 2 more than File A. It's hard to put it in A because it does have significant problems. It does. Like, if it was on PS3, it'd be an S. But I'm thinking of it on the HD, on the, I play it on an HD loader on emulator. So load times are super, super fast. And everything works as it's supposed to work, and it looks really good too. But if you're playing this on PS2, how it's supposed to be played, it's not good. It's not pretty. I do love these games though, don't get me wrong. And that's why at the first of the video, I told people not to scroll to the end, because you might think I don't like Outbreak. I fucking love Outbreak. If it gets remastered, please Capcom, please remaster this. Please, 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 please. It's my biggest, if I were to pick anything to happen with future REs, it'd just be to bring Outbreak back. I don't care in what form. remaster, remake, port, literally just put it on Steam and make it online. That's it. Like anything. Because it's a goddamn shame that people look at this game like it's here and here, and in reality they're so good, but like these little things ruin it. Also, the AI when you play single player spams voice commands and it's extremely annoying. Okay, fellerinos. Next up, we have Resident Evil Deadly Silence. So, this is a port of RE1 to the DS. But wait, it's more than a port. It actually adds a ton of content. Resident Evil Deadly Silence is RE1 but better. It adds a quick turn. It adds functionality with the stylus touching the, you could poke Jill's butt and she'll go, oh. You could poke Chris's hair and he'll go, oh. You know, many different things. Each save room has a little puzzle box in it that you could solve. Love that. Some of the cutscenes were changed. Cutscenes are skippable. Doors are skippable. Enemy AI is altered, so it's not as cheap as it was in the original game, even though they didn't do a great job at that. But Resident Evil Deadly Silence is essentially RE1, but better. Like, and here's the confliction, and here's why I put it lower. The soundtrack doesn't hit as hard for me. You know, the graphics are different. The animations are different. And different, when thinking of a game that's fueled by nostalgia, isn't always the best thing. So for a classic fan like myself, I don't like Deadly Silence as much as I like Resident Evil 1. Because that nostalgia isn't there for Deadly Silence, and it doesn't feel like my RE1, you know what I mean? But as a game, it's RE1 but better. That's just what it is. Like, cutscenes are skippable. You could quick turn. Doors are skippable. What's there, like, there's an extra mode called Rebirth mode, where there's like these RNG first person like knife fights with zombies and hunters and lickers. There's extra boss fights. There's extra content in general. There's an extra mode where you can battle off enemies in this leveled, like 5 levels that you fight a boss. Like FPS arena thing. And then you can play RE1 with your friends online. I haven't tried that, but I think it's just like you play through certain rooms of the game together. Also, one hilarious thing, they changed Richard's voice acting. Remember the guy that goes, ouch! And it's worse. They changed his voice act. They changed the voice. They got a new voice actor for one of the worst voice actors in the franchise, and he's worse. Oh my god. Like, how does Capcom pick him? Jesus. Oh my god. How do they pick him, am I right? Oh my god. Set the dining room clock to 8:12. Leanda, find that clip and add it there. He'll do it. He'll do it, guys. All right. Stop that. Next up is Resident Evil 4. All right. Might be a controversial take, but I think it's S tier. Okay, here's the thing. It's a controversial take for classic purists, and it's the most base take for the action purists. I love RE4. I loved it when I was a kid. I love it now. And yeah, there's not much to say. Leon is the biggest Chad in this game. The gameplay is super tight. The enemies are unforgettable. Man, I hear those ganados in my freaking sleep. The only thing, okay, so I don't need to rant about the great things in RE4. You guys know what's awesome in RE4, most of you do. And like, you know, it's one of the most beloved Resident Evil games. But here's the thing I always find funny, and let me know in the YouTube comments, or let me know on Twitch right now or YouTube right now if you can agree with me. Yeah, Unfestado! Thank you, Master Knifa. In Resident Evil 4, I don't feel like this anymore, but when I used to play through the game multiple times, like, you know, just casually, every time I got to most areas in this game, I would either think to myself or say out loud, oh, I fucking hate this part coming up. And I say it for like every second room, I'm thinking to myself, or I used to think to myself like, I fucking hate this room. I fucking hate this part. And it's so weird because like, what's your favorite game? Resident Evil 4. And then someone's watching you play it and you're over there like, I fucking hate this part. Like, it's only an RE4 thing. I don't know what the magic is, or like there's some spell cast on the game that even though the player fucking hates every single area, they love the game for some reason. But like, am I alone here? Every time I used to play it, I fucking hate this part coming up. And then you'd get through it and you'd say it again in chat, be like, didn't you just say you hated the last part and the last part and the last part? It's like, yeah, I fucking hate those parts, but this next part though, oh my god, it's so much worse. Oh man, love RE4. You know, it's a classic. It's what made this franchise go from niche to mainstream, which spawned every other game. So thank you, RE4. And also, because of RE4, it made RE5 and 6 and almost killed the franchise. So thank you, RE4. Sorry, I gotta have both perspectives. Mr. Jimbus in the chat, my brother. He's playing through RE2 Remake for the first time. One of the most influential games ever made. That is correct. That is correct. Love RE4. We're gonna put it there. All right. Okay, fellas. Now here's one that people... Here's one... This, I would say, of all the mainline games, this one is the most conflicted. Resident Evil 5, by the way. Where this is really when the franchise went from horror... Okay, rewind a sec. When I played Resident Evil 4 as a kid, it was a horror game still. The Ganados scared the hell out of me. Regenerators, Novies, it all scared me. RE4 was a scary game as a kid, and the horror was still at its peak in RE4 original, in my opinion. RE5 is when the horror said bye-bye. It was an action game. Now, it's an action game with elements of horror. You're still blowing off heads and there's still scary enemies and stuff, but the scary enemies show up for a split second. You're like, you just blow their head off in a rapid pace too. So the game is controversial because up to this point we have talked about a horror franchise. Okay, every game on this list besides RE5 is a horror game. This is an action game, and this is really when the community was super split. But this is my tier list, this is my opinion, so I'll share it. I love this game. I think it's great. I think it's one of the best co-op games ever made. I think playing RE5 with a friend is one of the best experiences you can have playing a video game with a friend. But I also think playing solo can be one of the most frustrating experiences you can have playing a game in the Resident Evil franchise. So, you know, there's two extremes there. The story's wacky. Wesker is like a comic book villain at this point. I'm not putting it there. I need to hold my hands. All in all though, I think RE5 is a great action game, and that's what people can't cope with. They don't like an action game. Here's the classic saying. I fucking hate this saying. It's a great game, but it's not a good Resident Evil game. Sure. But remember that first part. It's a great game. Therefore, I think it's here. I don't like it as much as CVX, but I really do enjoy playing it. And I've mostly played RE5 solo. I've played it solo a lot of the time. I think RE5 is awesome. Now, did it spawn some very scary other games? It sure did. But as a game, like, it might be my favorite Chris in the franchise. Like, there's just so many great things about 5, and there are some bad things too, and I don't even know how to get into them really. Like, I don't really care enough to get into RE5, because at the end of the day, it's usually just hated on for being an action game and being way over the top in every aspect of being an action game. I will say though, the environments in this game, and this is why it's not higher than CVX, and this is why it's where it is. I don't like the environments at all. I think most of them are just bad. Like, I really don't like the look of most of them. I love the boat area and like the tribal area where you're going around on the boat. I love like the look of that area. And I love the look of a couple other areas in the game. But overall, I think it does have the weakest areas maybe in the mainline franchise, in my opinion. Where that's conflicting because I love the Raccoon City so much in RE3 and Outbreak, but when you're exploring the village section in 5, it's just so linear, like, which isn't like a major problem, but I just don't enjoy it. I don't think the village is like too fun. Anyway, I think RE5 is great, and yeah, I think it deserves to be there. All right, fellas. It deserves to be there for me, personally. One second. Let me get it ready. Pause the music. Computer, do it. Sure, Chaos. Eventually, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Resident Evil Mercenaries 3D. Do you hear that music? Okay, so Mercenaries 3D. It's got a banger soundtrack. It's got a ton of characters, a ton of replayability. It is, in my opinion, the best version of Mercenaries there is. By the way, back to RE5 for a sec. Great DLC. Mercenaries 3D. God. Honestly, like, I feel weird putting it in B, but I truly think it's a good game. Now, it's just like a bonus, like, mini game kind of game for the DS. But it is what it is. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's trying to be, and it's great at doing it, honestly. Like, it's got a lot of characters, it's got a lot of costumes, it's got a ton of replayability, a ton. You're ranked on every match for every character. If you love it, you can keep playing for like 100 hours. It's great. There's nothing like bad about Mercenaries 3D, I think. Besides you're playing it on the 3DS or the DS or the 3DS, sorry. Like the only bad thing is that, like, it's sort of hard to play a Mercenaries game on a 3DS. But I think it's a great game. And I think that's all there is to it. What do you guys think? Where would you put it, guys? Where would you put it? How can it be as good as 0? Well, it's below 0. I could take this in B or C, honestly. Like high C, low B, whatever. I might swap it around later, but for now I like it here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Umbrella Chronicles. Umbrella Chronicles, all right. It's an on-rail shooter that is a retread of, I believe it's RE1, 2, and 3? Right? RE1, 2, and 3? Oh, it's 0, sorry. It's 0, 1, and 3. So this is a retelling of 0, 1, and 3, plus you get to see what Wesker went through. And I think it does that all super well. Actually, move. I think it does that all super well. God, I don't know where to put this. Like, I don't have much bad things to say about this game. It's just an on-rail shooter is like the main issue, which I... If you drop it to C, I won't play it. Like, all right, so you get an expanded story in this game, by the way, with Rebecca in RE1, which is great. It's great seeing that other side of what happened to Richard and what Rebecca went through when she got to the mansion. And you get to see extra stuff in the RE3 retelling. You actually go through Outbreak areas, which is a little strange. But it's pretty cool that they reused some of the Outbreak stuff and actually got some use out of it because they worked hard on that game. But like, this game isn't anything special. It's basically just like, it's just 0, 1, and 3, and in an on-rails shooting, with an on-rail shooter. Like, you know what? Actually, since we have C, D, and E, I don't think C is that low. I don't like it as much as 0. But I also think it's better than Mercs 3D. I think this is better. And Darkside Chronicles is a retelling of 2, CVX, and a new chapter with Krauser and Leon, which is really cool, actually. You get to learn about Krauser's past and what Leon and Krauser actually went through. You know in RE4 Remake when Krauser's like, where is it? Krauser's like, he's like,
you remember the fight in the jungle? Sloppy! We barely made it out alive. This is it, soldier!
He is referencing the events you play through in Darkside Chronicles, which is cool. Here's why Darkside Chronicles is worse than Umbrella Chronicles, though. Darkside Chronicles has the fucking worst camera in the whole franchise. All 24 or 25 games, whatever it is. The camera work is horrible in this game. Like, trying to shoot anything is brutal. It's constantly flying around. Like, they literally just attached a camera to, like, they attached a camera to the player's to like Leon's or the playable character's body, and the only thing they changed was they zoomed sometimes, and usually it's bad. Like, it's horrible. The camera is horrific in this game. It's horrific. But despite this is why it's a C and not like a D or an E. But despite the bad camera, the new stories it had to tell me with Krauser and the old retreadings with RE2, getting to see Leon and Claire and Sherry all together and see them go through RE2 as a group is awesome. And getting to see Claire like actually observe Leon and Ada's relationship and comment on it. Love that shit. I wish the RE2 Remake B scenarios were like that. Love it. Like, and that's why Umbrella Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles are in C. And not in like D or E or whatever, because a lot of people don't like these games. They're just like throwaway games to some people. There's some great stories that they told in those games. And like, I think doing this kind of thing to a classic is never like a bad thing. Like, I love that these exist. Do I love playing them like every day? No. But are they fun to revisit just as like a quick retelling with like playing with a friend of the classic games? Yeah, it's great to just boot them up and like shoot some zombies, you know? All right, that's all I got to say about those. Survivor 2 was not a rail shooter. No. Yo, Dante. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Revelations 1. All right, this is when it gets difficult. This is when it gets real difficult. Okay. So, Revelations 1. Good things. Great soundtrack. It's now, the franchise is a little more back to horror. It's trying to be scary again, which is great. It takes more of those slow-paced vibes, which is awesome. Jill is back. Chris is back. Great. There's new side characters like Jessica, whose outfit shows half her ass hanging out. There's also... And here's the thing. This game has a ton of side characters. I just played it like a week ago. And I can't tell you the name of any of them. There's a guy that looks like Conan O'Brien. The side characters in this game are basically... Yeah, Parker is basically a budget Barry Burton. Raymond is like a male Ada Wong. Jessica is... Jessica is a hoe bag. Jessica's horny. Yeah, Jessica is horny. The side and then there's the two other side characters, whatever their names are. This game is full of okay. Revelations is hard to talk about. A lot of people love this game, a lot of people hate this game, and a lot of people think it's average. And I agree on the average. Like for me it's a B. I'd say it's where it is right now. Revelations is sort of, so it was on the DS. And they wanted you to play it in chapters because like long sessions of the DS were like super common. I know when I grew up, when I played the DS, it was like before bed. I was trying to squeeze a few more hours of gaming in before my mom figured out I was staying up playing my DS. So, you know, you'd play like 20-minute, 40-minute segments on your handheld. And they treated it that way. You get a flashback to the past 20 minutes of the game every 20 minutes. And that's how it is. It's shot in like an episodic fashion. So like a movie almost. But it's a fun little game. I think the environments are good. Like, I think everything is good in the game. The dodge works for the most part. I think it's there and it works. There's a couple cool boss fights, like the Mayday, the first boss in the ship. Really cool moment. Like, love that. Like, they nailed that shit. The common enemy is sort of bad. Like, it's just like a walking like white flesh monster. But overall, I think it's a good Resident Evil game. I don't think it's great. I certainly don't think it's great. I think it's good though. It's fun. Like every time I play it, I have fun. I love the upgrade system. Chris in this game is all about the mission. His partner is Jessica. She's like this crazy hot, big boob, big butt, showing half her butt, hitting on Chris every second sentence. And he doesn't give a shit. He's like, if it's not with the mission, don't care. He's just all about the mission and only the mission at all times. It's so funny. Love that. Yo, thank you, Kwang Thang. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Holy molies. We appreciate it. And the raid mode's really good in this game from what I hear. I don't know for a fact. But yeah, the upgrade system, amazing for me. Love the weaponry and love the upgrades. And there is a reason to explore in Revelations, and I love that. Running around looking for all the upgrades. And, yeah, great soundtrack, great gameplay. And it has got good everything else. Like, good. There are some shitty chapters, sure, but there's also some great chapters as well. And the side characters are weak. The side characters just feel like budget everything. And the story is actually pretty enticing, but then they do nothing with it in the end. So it's whatever. All right. On with the show, fellas. Now it's time for Revelations 2. More of the same here. So it is episodic again. It's sort of like a movie again. So I love this game. I love this game so much, but I also think it has a lot of problems. I'm not going to look at the chat because this is one I can definitely be influenced for. Let's just set it right here for now. Barry Burton's one of my favorite characters of the franchise. Barry returns in Revelations 2, and the writers knew exactly what to do with Barry. If you are a fan of Barry like I am, you know what I'm talking about. That is everything I wanted to see Barry as. Like, everything I wanted Barry to do in his next game from RE1 to whatever it was, he did it in Rev 2. And it made me so happy. I tear up at the ending every time I play this game. I think it tells a decent story. It's got a decent soundtrack. And I love Barry. Claire, I like Claire in the game, but her design, what she looks like, is not even close to my favorite. By the way, retouching on Darkside Chronicles, it has the most attractive characters in the entire franchise. And then Rev 2, not so much. I really like Moira. I know a lot of people hate Moira, but what do you expect? What do you expect the daughter of a gun-obsessed man that has now ridiculed her, like, basically disowned her, a teenage girl with a super gun-crazy dad who disowned her for breaking into his gun collection and making a mistake and shooting her sister? That's probably what she would act like. So the people that get upset, like, oh man, she just said fuck it right up the ass. That's so unrealistic. No, it's not. That's like when people complain about how Ashley is in RE4, like, oh, Ashley's so annoying. It's the president's fucking daughter. She better be annoying. What do you think she's gonna act like? God damn. Anyway, Rev 2, the things I don't like. Here we go. So I love all that stuff about Rev 2. And I really like Natalia. I really like Moira. And all the stuff about, just anyway, here's what I don't like. The environments in Rev 2, it's similar to RE5. I hate almost every area in Rev 2. I think most of the areas are unfun. But the gameplay is super solid, so that's why I keep playing. Like, I don't like the environment, but the game, like the quick weapon swapping, and everything just feels very fluid. It works, and I think it has some of the best gameplay of all these games on the screen right now. Like, it's great. Now, that might be crazy to hear for some of you, and you think I'm crazy, but really, it has really good gameplay. But yeah, why I put it in a B, where I do go on and on about this game, and you guys hear me talk about it so much and how much I love it, I do hate the environments. And when I replay it, a lot of sections, in my head, I'm like, this is such a slog. Like, I really don't like this section. And I don't rant about, like, how much I dislike it. It's just, the environments just feel lazy to me a lot of the time. Despite that, though, I think I like it more than 0. Yeah. Yeah. Rev 2. By the way, guys, these games, everything in B, they're still great games. Like, they're good or great games. I still recommend everyone play all these. Like, I think they're good. And I like these ones too. All right, now, oh God. No matter where I put this, people are gonna be angry. Like, no matter where I put this, people are gonna be angry. Imagine. I should quickly, at the end of the video, I should quickly put this here. So for the people that scroll to the end, though, you can tell in the comments who scrolled to the end and who didn't. It's not an S. So Resident Evil 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you that I just played Resident Evil 6 Leon's campaign, Chris's campaign, Jake's campaign, and Ada's. All in a, not in a row, but in the course of a week. So I got fresh perspective, okay? And I'm not biased towards like obviously I'm biased for this. This is a personal list, so obviously it's what I think. But I'm not like, oh, it's an action game, it sucks, or oh, it's a horror game, it sucks. I like all games. Resident Evil 6 has some major issues. God. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say, guys. It's... Alright, so... Oh, the positives. RE6 is some of the most content in the entire franchise. There's 4 scenarios. All of them take like minimum 4 hours unless you're like super mega speed running. There's a ton of unlockables. It has a great Mercenaries mode. I think the story that Chris's campaign tells is decent. I think the story that Ada's campaign and Leon's campaign tells is decent. I like seeing Ada and Leon have a couple moments. I think the gameplay is solid in 6. A lot of people hate on the gameplay, but like I don't see what people hate about the gameplay. You can do anything you want. You want to slide forward and shoot your gun? You can do it. You want to jump backwards and shoot while you're jumping backwards? You can do it. You want to roll to the side and shoot while you're rolling? You can do that. You want to parry? You can do that. You want to punch? You can do that. You could do everything. Like if you can think of it in RE6, it's in the gameplay. But the problem is that no player is going to grasp that much gameplay. It's over-designed, sort of. Where like a lot of people played through RE6. Actually, I won't speak. How many campaigns did everyone in chat beat in RE6? 1, 2, 3, or all 4? Oh, a lot of all 4s. Okay. Damn. Nice, that's cool. Okay, cool. And for those of you who are saying 0, like those people, I guarantee you, are the massive haters. The people that have never even played the game. Like a lot of people that are saying 4, if you said 4, what do you think? Do you like the game or do you hate it? Or do you think it's just okay or what? Not bad, loved it, hated it, it's mid, it's fine, it's okay, loved it. And there it is, RE4, this game is just all over the place. Like, it's so... And that's just it. It's average. Like, it's either low B or high C. And I feel the same way, by the way. I'm just asking to hear what you guys think. Like, I had it hovering here for a reason or here for a reason. I think if I put it here, people will hate me. If I put it here, everyone will be like, yeah, that's right. That's good. Nah, I don't think everyone would hate me if I did this, actually. But... yeah, RE6 is fun in small doses. And in large doses, it's a fucking headache, in my opinion. But I have fun playing it, though. But you're hearing the perspective of a massive turbo fan of the Resident Evil franchise. There's only one game I actually fucking hate in this whole franchise. But you know what? God, you know what? You know what? I'll let me see something. I'm going to my Steam profile. This is how I'm gonna do my coin flip. What have I played more, 6 or Revelations 1? I've played 25 hours of Rev 1. And I've played 55 hours of RE6. And even if you cut out the RE6 playthrough I did this stream, or this marathon, I still have more time played in 6. Sure, it's way longer, but most times I've ever streamed this game, I only did one campaign. I've played through RE6, like, if you count one campaign as a playthrough, and I sort of do, I've played through it a lot of time. I have like 55 hours played. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I may have played RE6 more than Rev, but I don't know if I like it more than Revelations. I don't know. These two games are like very interchangeable for me. I like RE6 more than these. I know that for sure. I don't know, guys. Let's just keep it here for now. And now if I need to do some spring cleaning at the end, we'll do it. Okay. All right, everyone. Where is it? Oi, 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 oi. All right. Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. So this game, you basically play as Hunk and his little goons, and you retread old environments of Resident Evil games. Nikolai is basically the main bad guy for the most part. There's a couple, I guess. Doesn't matter. This game is fun, but it's similar to Outbreak, where it's a PvE, you group up with your friends, you play a certain character, except in this game, you upgrade your character's weapons and you upgrade their perks. And you need to use Windows fucking Live to save your goddamn game, which is bullshit, by the way, but I won't count that towards what I give it. I don't like this game very much, to be honest. I think it's here for me. It's like, it's fun. I think it's a fun game, and it's fun like going into Birkin's lab and hearing the conversation with Hunk and like, give me the sample. And like fighting Birkin is cool, and fighting Nikolai is interesting and stuff, and but overall I've never played it with a friend, by the way. So there's that. It'd probably be way more fun with friends, but you know, I get the gist of it. Like, obviously I know what it would be like to play with a friend. It's just an action shooter where you retread old environments, and you can choose your own story at the end. You can choose to kill Leon at the end of the game, and then at the end Leon's dead, haha, and you just change the future canon of RE. Not really. I don't think it's a canon game. It's fun. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. It's an average game, and some of you might love it, and some of you might despise it. I just think it's all right. I don't hate it. I think it's the lowest C. Moving on, oh yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I have to use the bathroom. I ran, guys. Kind of shitty tier list, honestly, says Mechanico Sapo. Wait, before I move on, what would you change? I like getting perspectives. What makes it shitty? Did I wash my hand? Of course not! Are you crazy? Thank you, Quang Thang. Oh, I will never play that again. Thank you so much for the donation. You put 5 too high up. That is why the tier list... See, guys, that is the problem with some people that comment on tier lists. They, like I said at the start of the stream, they look at... I knew it would be that. I knew it would be one game. They look at one fucking game, and then that ruins it all for them. It's so dumb. You know what? When I look at a tier list, guys, guess what I do? Guess what I do? I'm like, oh, wow. They enjoyed it. They enjoyed that like that. Oh, cool. But some people are like, oh, he put one of those 23 games where I don't like it. It sucks, dude. It's fucking, this tier list is shit. Okay. Anyway. All right, everybody. Like I said, people are going to be mad about 5 and 6, literally no matter where you put them. No matter where you put these two games, people are fucking pissed about it. If this was here, people would be like, oh, and same with 5. All right, anyway. I was just, the only reason I pointed out that comment, because I knew why it would be shitty. So I just wanted to prove my point from earlier. Okay. And next up is Resident Evil 2 Remake, everybody. RE2 Remake. RE2 Remake, everyone. So, this is a remake of Resident Evil 2. You can see it up there, right up there. Now, we talked about RE1 Remake earlier, right? We talked about RE1 Remake and how RE1 Remake took every single solitary thing from Resident Evil 1 and it made it better. It improved upon it, and the new stuff it added was arguably the best stuff in the entire game, which is super sick. Love that shit. And then there's RE2 Remake, where RE2 Remake took most of RE2 Original and it did the same thing as RE1 did. It made the graphics better, it improved the gameplay, it changed the story a bit, and added some new stuff. But the downside to RE2 Remake is that, remember when we talked about RE1 Remake and I said that they improved everything that was bad. They improved everything that was bad. RE2 OG, the B scenarios, as much as people love them, they're not as good as they could be. Let's be real. Yeah, sure, there's different bosses and you get to see a couple different cutscenes, but man, they could be way better. Imagine if in the B scenario for Claire meets Ada, and you get to see how Claire would interact with Ada. And Leon meets Sherry, and Leon meets Irons, and you get to see that dynamic between those characters, giving you a completely different perspective on the game. Or imagine the B scenarios where it's Claire, Sherry, and Ada, and they don't even see Irons, or Leon, yada yada yada. Mix and match. New bosses, new routes, the whole shebang. Instead, Resident Evil 2 Remake just they add the B scenarios, but as lazy as possible. They swap a couple item locations, they add a couple extra enemies, and they change where Mr. X appears, and that's it. Now, I think that's Resident Evil 2 Remake's biggest problem, is that they mostly took away from RE2 OG. They took a few enemies out of the game instead of adding enemies to the game, and they took away a lot of potential content from the B scenarios. It could have been so good. They even took a weapon away, which is the crossbow. It could have been so much better. But you know the great thing about RE2 Remake? Despite all that shit, it's still such a fucking god tier game. They It really says a lot about RE2 OG that they took 2 OG, they made the graphics way better, they slightly changed it, and they took stuff away. They took stuff away from the game. And it's still fucking god tier. It's still an amazing game. I love RE2 Remake. I think RE2 Remake's like quality for replayability is what the future Resident Evil should strive to be. Like, yes, the B scenarios are lackluster. And yes, the difference between the two A scenarios could be way more. And yes, Leon and Claire should have talked to each other much more, especially like add it in the B scenario or something. And I also think that RE2 Remake is a prime game for like a Platinum Edition where there's a C scenario and you give the players everything that they want. Like literally everything I just said. But as it stands, RE2 Remake has fucking tight gameplay. It's super scary. RE2 Remake is one of my favorite games of all time. It is... it's just so fun. Like, God, it's such a fun game. I think that's the main thing for me. It's just like fun. That's it. And when people ask me, like when my friends ask me what Resident Evil they should play, I usually say 2 Remake because it's just, yes, it's scary, but it's so fun. Play it? All right. All right, guys. 1 second. I'm going to boot it up here. Let's do a playthrough. Fuck it. I can't even help myself. I have like, I think I have 600 hours in RE2 Remake. Where I am a little salty about RE2 with the B scenarios and the things they could have added. The gameplay's tight. The cutscenes are tight. I really like the character redesigns and the voice acting. I love the boss fights. I love the sounds of the weapons. I love the sounds of the footsteps. The soundtrack is lackluster, but they gave you the option for an OG soundtrack. And in terms of what they could take away from a remake, it could be a lot fucking worse. Trust me. So I love RE2 Remake. It's an amazing game. And I think it's one of the best Resident Evil games. Ah, man. Maybe I should save RE3 for the end. Okay. So. All right. Resident Evil Village. Resident Evil Village. Oh god, it's hard to talk about some of these games because I love them so much. It's hard to get the words out. All right, Village. I'm conflicted in my head. So, y'all are gonna make me cry. Resident Evil Village. So I love Village. I'll just get it right out there. I think Village is an amazing game. Oh, sorry, what's that? I didn't. Orc could use an ending change, but other than that, runs well on Xbox multiplayer too. Your all-time favorite game, like 1, 2, 4, and 6. Oh, cool, Unique Scorpions. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for the other one as well. Yeah, ORC. Wolf DNC, a good friend of mine, he loves that game. Like, he loves ORC as well. It's just, for me personally, you know, I still like it. I still think it's good. And like I said, I definitely see people loving that game, and that's awesome. I'm glad people can love. If I don't love it, I hope someone else does. Anyway, unlike some fucking people that look at a tier list, look for one single game, and get their fucking ass bent out of shape. Alright! So, Resident Evil Village. I absolutely love Village. I think it is one of the better RE games. The only thing... Okay, so I'll start with the stuff I like. So I really love the gameplay. It's super solid. The enemies are all nuts. They're really hard to hit, which is sort of annoying sometimes. But overall, though, even though it has a sort of annoying main enemy, the Lycans, I do really like the gameplay. I love hunting for treasures, even though the treasure system in RE4 Remake is better. It didn't exist at the time, so you couldn't really compare it to that. So the treasure system for RE4 is in Village, which is awesome. I loved the treasures in Resident Evil 4 OG, so making a reappearance in Village was awesome to me. I love the hunting system, hunting for the fish in your spare time, like when you come across a pond of fish, or when you see the pigs out in the wild or the goats out in the wild. I love that. I love hunting them, and then you collect the meat and you go up to the merchant, you can improve your character, and the improvements aren't crazy. Like in a casual playthrough, even on Village of Shadows, you could skip every single meal and it's not a big problem. And if you make the meals, it's just a little extra bonus to your character, which is, it's just an awesome feeling that you get a reward for exploration. As you guys could tell with this tier list, I love when a game rewards you for exploring the world, and Village does that. And they don't go too far with it either. Like, it's not an open world game. It is still linear for the most part, but you can revisit areas later on in the game, and there might be a little few secrets and treats there, which that's perfect. Love that. Village is one of the craziest Resident Evils ever made. If you think 5 went off the rails and you think 4 went off the rails, you think CVX went off the rails, you ain't seen fucking nothing. Village goes completely off the rails. The story, it feels like Capcom had like a crack party and just like they were all in tears laughing. Like when they made Dino Crisis 3, undead dinosaurs in space with jetpacks. Like, Village feels like that kind of like acid trip where I don't know what they were smoking, but it ended up turning out well, and I love it. But people do dislike this game for the story. I don't care. I like the wacky stuff. I like the vampire. I like the crazy hot vampire chicks with Lady Dimitrescu in the castle. I think the castle should have been fleshed out more because it should have been one of the better or best areas in the entire game. But I feel like it was a little too linear. Like it could have had RPD station vibes when it really didn't. It was just sort of like you held in the run button and you rarely got like lost and explored the castle as much as I would like to. I love the factory. The factory reminds me of like System Shock-esque enemies, and they're hard as hell, and man, that place can be hard to navigate, but I really enjoyed it too. Moreau is the biggest meme ever, and I love his area. I love flying around or swimming around in the water. I love his little like obstacle course in the middle. And House Beneviento on first playthrough, that is that little like couple hours of horror that people love Resident Evil for the horror elements, and House Beneviento has all that you could need in the game. So I love that too. I feel like Village is a mixed bag of a lot of different Resident Evil games, and it's made for people like myself. Like, I love a lot of Resident Evils, and a lot of RE games are little drip dropped into Village with all their little segments. And I feel like that's what makes it special, for me at least. But yeah, I love Village. My major problems with this game are simply the replayability is not good, and in my opinion, well, it's just not good. Like, having to play through the intro again, play through the defense section, and then go through House Beneviento on replays. House Beneviento's god tier on first playthrough, but on replays it is not as fun. And one more thing, I think that the defense section at the first of the game, Capcom shot themselves in the foot. I know many people probably went down this road, and I have a friend that also went down this road, where they bought the game, they played it on hardcore or whatever, they got to the defense section, they got stuck at the first area with combat, they got stuck, and they didn't know what to do, so they just refunded the game before their 2 hours was up. Skill issue, sure, but man, that shouldn't have been the first gameplay section. It shouldn't have been. I think it's stupid. Like, I don't like it. I digress though. It's a small portion of the game. Yes, and that's what makes me mad about Mercenaries. They fixed it now, but if you didn't play Village when it came out, Mercenaries was one mercenary, that was Ethan, and you weren't even allowed to, like, I don't want to get into it because Mercenaries is a small portion of the game. It sucked. You had to take, if you wanted max rank, it wasn't about like being good at the game. It was about taking the right route. If you didn't take the exact correct route through the level you chose and pick the exact right items, you would not get the high score. As opposed to like other Mercenaries where just be a good player and you'll get the high score. They may have fixed it when they added Lady Dim and other characters, but I didn't even bother to try it out because I don't care. Because I don't like Mercenaries in general in that game, so adding the extra characters didn't really fix the problem for me. And Shadows of Rose is one of the most mid DLCs that Capcom has done, in my opinion. Overall, though, I love Village. I like it more than CVX. I like playing it, replaying it, besides speedruns, more than RE1. So yeah, I think Village, for me, I think it's that good. It's like, you know, if you're not one of those people that scrolls at the end, honestly, if someone hacked into my tier list and put it anywhere here, I'd be happy. Okay. Let's see. What else should we do? Actually, I'm getting... See, this is why you shouldn't watch my tier list. Close your eyes. I'm getting conflicting thoughts as I'm trying to move on. Oh, God. See, this is why it doesn't matter. Like, this is I keep telling people this. Don't ever put much thought into my tier list. Because I could literally just wake up the next morning and be like this. I could be like this. My tier lists are more important that you listen to what I say about the game. And not where I place it on the board. I like that way more. All right. Okay, guys. I just skipped to the end. You know what, guys? I also just skipped to the end of every tier list. But guess the difference between me and other people is? When I see something I don't like, I close the video. I don't go fucking bitch and moan about something I don't know shit about because I didn't listen to what they had to say. Okay. All right, fellas. Let's go. All right, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching. All right, I'm just kidding. All right, Project Resistance. All right. Here we go. So... Guys, I have a lot to say. This is one of the important ones that you listen instead of scroll. Project Resistance is a good game made by developers that care about Resident Evil. But it's a game that no one wanted in, like, fans of RE are begging, waiting and begging, they have been for years now, for a PvE Resident Evil experience with friends. Like Outbreak or like RE5, and Capcom hits us with another PvP game similar style to Dead by Daylight. So this game is good. It's got a bunch of characters, a bunch of different skills, a lot of unlockables. Now here's where my personal bias comes in. They released an online fucking game with a grindy online game meant to be played over hundreds, if not thousands of hours without anti-cheat. So a lot of players on day one booted up anti-cheat, double-clicked it, unlocked everything in the game. That includes stuff that makes you more powerful. And on top of that, they hacked. So not only do they have the best skills in the game, they also hacked on top of it. So half your lobbies on release day and release week, you were just fighting hackers. And that sucks. Releasing another PvP game and spitting in the faces of the RE community and players by not even adding fucking anti-cheat. So you could simply just boot up a free program that you could download on the internet and win every game by hacking. Except it wasn't that easy because even the survivors would hack against the hacking killers. So anyway, whatever. I don't even know. Like, as a game, it's fine. But the hacking thing, that's what pisses me off. You know what? No, God, I don't know. Like, Resistance is better than a couple other games I could think of. So let's just... Like, you know what is actually fucking drives me mad? The 3 worst games all have the exact same thing in common. I'm not going to spoil it till we get to them. Thank you, Demigod. Same. And we did get another donation, but YouTube doesn't hold them for long enough. Thank you, Scorpions. Yeah, that was a scary scene. All right, so... Resident Evil Reverse. Okay, so again, what do they do after Project Resistance? Again, they make the exact same mistake. They do another low budget, low effort fucking PvP Resident Evil game. And again, this makes my blood boil. And guess what? Guess what? I'm just checking the year. One sec. What was the anniversary that Resident Evil Reverse was released for? Resident Evil Reverse was released as a celebration of the franchise's 25th anniversary. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Here, let me spoil something for you. They... it makes... I feel like I'm gonna have to go to the hospital, guys. Umbrella Corp? I'm just doing them both in the same fucking go. Oh my god, it makes me angry. Umbrella Corp. What was the anniversary for Umbrella Corp? Was it the 20th or the 10th, the 15th? What was it? It was the 20th. Umbrella Corp, I still remember. Umbrella Corp was released for the 20th anniversary of Resident Evil. I say this all the time, I'm sorry, but if you're watching YouTube for the first time, this is new to you. Mario Maker to Mario is equivalent to Umbrella Corp to Resident Evil. Umbrella Corp is the anniversary gift Capcom gave to Resident Evil fans, as Mario Maker was the anniversary gift given to Mario fans from Nintendo. Except here's the difference. Mario Maker had OG Mario, Super Nintendo Mario, Wii Mario. It had every fan of Mario, like all generations. It was a generational celebration of everything Mario. Create your own Mario universe. Here, if you're 10 and if you're 40, it's got something for all of you. Now, if you don't like sandbox games, of course you're not going to like it. That's not what the conversation's about. It's about a love letter to the fans. Umbrella Corp, it's like a hate mail. Like, it's like you could not think of something that would piss off RE fans more if you tried. It's literally the opposite. It's like, fuck you. Happy 20th anniversary, you fucking piece of bitch face. Like, it's like, that's like if you wake up on your 20th anniversary with your wife and she takes a fucking dump on your face. Like, of course you don't want that. Hello, honey would be nice. Like, hello, honey. That's equivalent to like, we ported Outbreak to Steam. Anything. But no, they took a massive shit on her face. And then guess what? For the 25th anniversary, and I was so excited, by the way, call me fucking crazy. After taking the shit down my throat, I'm like, well, maybe in 5 years the 25th anniversary will be better. Not only did she take a shit down my throat again, she shoved it down there to make sure I swallowed with fucking reverse, dude. I can't believe they made the same. Like, when are we gonna get a good anniversary? The 30th? The 35th? The 40th? When are they going to release an... Hey, Resident Evil fans, here's our gift to you. When are they gonna give us something that anyone, any Resident Evil fan wants ever? Like, are they ever gonna give Resident Evil fans something nice for the anniversary? Like, god damn, dude. It would be different if it wasn't for the happy anniversary. Here, honey, it'd be different if it wasn't that. Like, if it was just some fucking cheap ass game that was $10 that you find in the bargain bin, sure. But it's this fucking game released as a celebration of the franchise. What franchise are they celebrating? Fucking Call of Duty? This is the opposite. It's even worse than, like, if you think RE5 is too action, or RE6, look at these two fucking games. Not only the action, they're PvP. God damn, dude. Anyway, great games. There it is. All right. This one's mine. One moment. Okay, sorry, we don't need cam top right. I'll scroll down. Okay. All right. Next up is next up is Resident Evil 4 Remake. So, remember we talked about Resident Evil 1 Remake and how it took the original product, it honored everything, and then it added to it. Remember that? Then we talked about RE2 Remake, where it took the original product, it made it a lot better, but it also took a lot away. And then we have RE4, where they, guess what? They did it again. They remade a game, and they fucking honored it. They took RE4, they respected everything about it, and it's just as good or better, in my opinion. Now, you could swap these around, sure, based on nostalgia especially. I'm like myself. Like, I probably still prefer playing 4. But I think RE4 Remake is amazing. I fucking love that game. And I love Separate Ways too. Sorry for the weird music. This is apparently Separate Ways merchant theme. And yeah, the Soul versus Soulless can eat my ass out with a spoon. How about that, apples? RE4 Remake is incredible. The gameplay is probably my favorite in the franchise. I love the parry system. I love all the enemies and the enemy AI. All the weapons. It's a Resident Evil game where you can use whatever weapon you want, because every weapon in RE4 Remake, besides the bolt thrower, is balanced. If you like the Punisher, upgrade the Punisher. If you like the base shotgun, upgrade that all the way. If you don't like the bolt action sniper for all the damage, get the auto sniper for the super fast damage, or get the super fast sniper, or the assault rifle, basically. Everything is good in RE4 Remake for the guns. I love the sound design. I love the environments, actually, this time around. In RE4 OG, I didn't like a lot of the environments. In RE4 Remake, I love a lot of the environments. I think all the enemy revamps were great. I really like the pacing in the game. I think the island is actually fun as opposed to a pain in my ass. And Ashley is a great improvement. Now, some downsides to RE4 Remake, which I prefer in RE4. I don't overly love Ada's voice acting. But then Ada is the most incredible looking woman in, I think, gaming history in that game. So that makes up for the voice acting. Krauser.
Sloppy!
The first playthrough,
This is it, soldier!
I didn't know what to think.
But you can't do.
This is it, soldier! Anything to make the pretty boy feel special!
But now, I love him. I love hearing that stupid...
Move out and draw fire, soldier! You remember the fight in the jungle? We barely made it out alive.
It has grown on me so much. Yeah. I love him now. And another thing I dislike is, I think Sadler is sort of a downgrade. But other than that, like, the good and bad for RE4 OG to RE4 Remake, I feel like is interchangeable. Where some things are better and some things are worse. Like, some people might prefer the atmosphere in RE4 Remake and might prefer it in RE4 OG. Or certain moments in 4 OG are better than they were in the remake. Like maybe the Mendez introduction and the Mendez fight in general. Or maybe the Salazar fight for some people. Or maybe the island introduction or whatever else. But overall, I think they fucking nailed with RE4 Remake. And I would love if they had that standard of quality going forward. Because it is clear that they put a lot more effort into RE4 Remake than they did with some other remakes. Now remember, these games are the same price. And there's a third game we haven't talked about yet that's also the same price as these. You know what I wish you could do? I wish you could just make a category and have everything in like one square so you don't have to pay attention to where it is. Oh god. Oh god, I hate this. It's so easy putting them in a letter, but actually maneuvering them in that letter is impossible for me. I don't know. I'll try it later, maybe. Okay, so moving right along. We have Resident Evil 7. Okay. Here is a game. Yeah, here's a game I'm getting hate for. And I accept that. I'll take it. All right, it saved the franchise. Let's get that out of the way. I have a lot to say about this. 7 is underrated. You just don't know what the general public thinks. People love this game. It saved the franchise. And RE4 killed it, apparently. Okay. Okay, so, alright, let me just talk about it. So, Resident Evil 7, it brought the franchise back to the horror roots, which is amazing. It introduced a new protagonist, Ethan. It introduced a lot of new characters, but you played as Ethan. So Ethan is very one-dimensional, and it's deliberate. Capcom wanted you to play in VR or in first person and feel like you were Ethan. He is the everyday man. He has a normal job. He has a normal voice. He has a normal haircut. He has a normal face. He has normal clothes on. Anyone can be Ethan. I can be Ethan. You could be Ethan. And that's the point of the character. He doesn't say too much because he doesn't need to. Anyway, Ethan doesn't matter much. Resident Evil 7 is a love letter to not only Resident Evil fans, it's a love letter to horror fans. Where the introduction is super slow paced, it's super scary, it sets up the Baker house so well, and it sets up everything so well. It also had one of the best demos ever for the franchise. People played that demo to death. In the intro, when you get your hand cut off, it's super reminiscent of Evil Dead, especially when Mia gets possessed by the evil spirit. That is 100% Evil Dead. Then you get your hand cut off. That's also paying tribute to Evil Dead. Then you have the dinner scene, which is paying tribute to Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And then you have Lucas's little trap fiesta, which is like Saw. You also have the Jack 1 or Jack 2 fight, where there's some Evil Dead, there's straight out of Evil Dead lines. I forget what it is. Oh, that's not groovy. Like he says groovy. Just like when Ash puts his chainsaw hand on in the movie, he says groovy. Anyway, now we have the homage to Resident Evil, where Jack acts like a nemesis figure. The mansion acts like the mansion in Resident Evil 1 OG. And also, the Marguerite's house acts like the guardhouse from Resident Evil 1 OG as well. And you have Marguerite feeling like an almost Mr. X / Nemesis type figure as well. You have a couple stalker type enemies in the game. So it is everything is Resident Evil in the first half of RE7. Whether or not crazy people want to believe it, it's true. You could dissect it down to the very last detail. The first half of Resident Evil 7 is very Resident Evil. I love it. I love the first half. Exploring the Baker house. Jack Baker is one of the best antagonists that Capcom has ever created in all of these games. Jack Baker is S tier. Easily. He's so good. And Marguerite is amazing as well. I love the boss fights. And yeah. The first half is God tier. If the game ended at the rowboat, when you choose to save Mia or Zoe, if it ended there, and it was like a $30 like experience, where you just like this little like, you know, it's sort of one of those off games like Gaiden or Survivor 2 or whatever, it'd be a 10 out of 10 or like a 9.5 out of 10 for me. But as soon as you reach that rowboat, I feel like the game falls off a cliff. You go from these extremely detailed areas that you can walk around and look at for hours and explore and appreciate, like this extremely detailed environment with these well thought out characters, to a super generic boat that you have to play twice because you have to watch the tape as Mia and play through it, and then you have to stop watching the tape and play through it again. You have to play through the worst area 2 times. And it introduces Evelyn, just the generic evil girl, which you could say it's like The Ring or whatever else, doesn't matter. Evelyn's okay. And then you go to the cave, and then you go back to the house and beat the game. I think the second half is like a 6, and the first half is like a 10. But where I think the game redeems itself for me is the DLC. End of Zoe is amazing. Not a Hero is decent. Bedroom is amazing. Nightmare is really fun. Ethan Must Die is really fun. Joe's Birthday is silly and can be fun. 21 is a great spin on 21. The band footage where you get to see how Evelyn infected the family is awesome, and the different endings is really cool too. And I think if the game had no DLC, I would put it somewhere down here. Definitely up at the upper echelon. But I still can't, like, how much I love the first half and how much I love the DLC. I do not like it more than Village. That I can tell you as a fact. But I think here is good for me. I do like it more than 5. And as much as I play Outbreak 1 and 2 more than 7 and 5 and Deadly Silence, these games have problems. Like major issues. On a critical thinking level, like a objective, like the load times are horrible, yada yada yada. We already explained those. So that's why you see games that I might not play as often up higher than games I do play more. Like Survivor has some of my most playtime in the franchise. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, I do really like Village. Or 7, sorry. And Village. You know, that point stands too. I forgot about the unskippable cutscenes. Yeah, one thing that I don't like about 7 as well, that, yeah, actually, you know what? You ruined it for me. You cannot skip the cutscenes for some god-awful reason in this fucking game. And most of the cutscenes are not fun to watch. Having to replay... What? Oh my god. RE7 would be okay, let me explain something about speedrunning really quick, because I'm a speedrunner if you're watching for the first time. This game blew up in the speedrun universe when it first came out. It exploded. It was huge. It was the most viewers I ever had at the time, because it was me and Trance going back and forth for record until Zarian came in and kicked our asses. But here's the issue. RE7 died off in like a month because you can only see the "hey baby" enough times, you know what I mean? The fact that they didn't capitalize on that popularity by just getting one employee to implement cutscene skip, and we all know one employee can do it. You know why we know that? Because a fucking modder did it. The fact that they didn't do that is nuts to me. Absolutely fucking nuts. But I digress. I still really love 7. Like, I do hate that boat section, guys. I can't stress that enough. I don't enjoy it at all. But man, nothing beats walking out that baker door the first time and seeing that shitty trailer and hearing that atmosphere and walking around the yard, going under and getting that upgrade part for the shotgun, walking slowly to see that other house in the distance. Oh man, those moments are so good. Like, I love the first half of RE7 is so fucking good, man. It's so much fun. Oh, I love it so much. And Madhouse, oh, Madhouse is one of the best difficulties they've ever done. The only bad fucking part of Madhouse is when you have to play that goddamn tape as Mia. That part sucks dick. But everything else on Madhouse is great. Yeah, Sally. I'm exaggerating a little, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, 7 is great. I think it's a great game. I think it's a great Resident Evil. It has its major problems, in my opinion. But you can't deny it's a great game. And that's why I have it an A. As much as I hate that boat, you can't deny it's a great game. Alright. The goat! The goat! What else needs to be said? The goat! Okay. First, I'm going to talk about RE3 Remake fans. I'm a fan. Chat's a fan, I betcha. But there are some fans online that just... Guys, for those of you online who are on every tweet defending RE3 Remake, saying that you don't understand, what's with the hate? It's an amazing game. Stop. You guys don't know what you're talking about. I'll tell you. I will tell you. Just sit and listen and I'll explain it. And I'm not even saying it's a bad game. I'm not going to say it's a bad game. It isn't. It's a great game, actually. But I'll explain the hate. And I'll explain it in great detail. You'll understand if you actually sit through this instead of click the X and then write a defense in the comment section. That'll immediately be made invalid by the points I will lay out to you. Alright, so we talked about Resident Evil 1 Remake. How it took RE1 and it took every single little detail and then added extra to it. And the extra was amazing. We talked about RE2 Remake, where it didn't even need to take everything. It took most and it added a little bit. And it was God tier. Like 80%, 85%, 90% of RE2 is in RE2 Remake. And there's extra to boot, so sure. And then RE4 Remake. RE4 Remake took every single thing from RE4 minus like a room with lava in it and maybe another room. And you know what it did though? It added a ton of extra shit and fleshed out other areas. For one example is the maze section. They fleshed that out. And they fleshed out many areas. And if you didn't find those areas in RE4 Remake, they threw them in separate ways and they changed them in a good way and they added more to separate ways on top of that. So they took the DLC and they made it better. Then we have RE3 Remake, okay? So, RE3 Remake, remember everything I just said about the other remakes. They took away 6 costumes. They didn't add any more. They took away the Mercenaries, the extra DLC. They didn't add any more. Now what you're supposed to do to make a good remake is you're supposed to not take away the good stuff that people love. You're supposed to keep it and add more and improve what's bad. RE3 Remake didn't improve what was bad. They made what was bad worse and didn't add to it at all. Now, I'll get the good out of the way because there's a lot to love in RE3 OG. It has amazing voice acting. It improved every character from the franchise that was in RE3 OG. In my opinion, I like Jill better. I like Carlos better. I like Mikhail better. Nikolai is the only one that's iffy for me. And once Nemesis turns into a dog, you know, that's not Nemesis anymore. That'd be like if Birkin turned into a helicopter. So those things are great. The voice acting, the soundtrack is unreal. The sound design is super well done. The pacing is great. Maybe not for the best reasons, but the pacing is great. They improved areas like the hospital. And there's some really cool boss fights. Like Inferno Final Enemy, love that shit. The final boss of RE3 Remake, way better than Slug Boy from RE3 OG. Like, I love what they did with the last boss in RE3 Remake. But here's the problem. Here's why people didn't like RE3 Remake. I'm sure we can all agree that the demo for RE3 Remake, when we played the demo, that was perfect. Like, when we played the demo, am I crazy here? Am I alone? It was amazing. This is everything we want RE3 to be. The remake is going to be incredible. Like, look at the expanded city, Nemesis following you. This is fucking sick. And then, when OG fans played the actual game, that is the only part. The demo section is the only section that is even slightly reminiscent to the OG RE3. Now remember where we talked about 4 Remake and 1 Remake and 2 Remake where everything's there? Nothing is there in RE3 Remake. They took sections. RE3 OG opens up quite non-linear. You can go quite a few different ways off the bat. In RE3 Remake, it's like you're getting sucked through a vacuum. You start the game and immediately Nemesis is on your ass. He pushes you through your apartment, he pushes you through the streets, and then he pushes you through the OG area that you started with Dario. You finally get to the subway station. Anyway, yada yada yada. I'm not gonna go off on the gameplay. Everything good from RE3 OG wasn't improved in RE3. It's straight up missing or made worse. There's not much else to say. The hospital was improved upon. That's great. But taking away most of the city and not adding more city, the best part of RE3 is exploring Raccoon City. You do not get to explore Raccoon City in Resident Evil 3 Remake. You get to explore a small portion of a couple shops, and then you're thrown into the sewer. And then once you come back up out of the sewer, again, you're pushed into a cutscene simulator of getting pushed through the next area. RE3 Remake is all about forcing you to the next area, where RE3 OG is all about introducing a new area for you to explore any way you want to explore it. And whichever way you choose to explore it in 3 OG, it will then change the enemy spawns and the cutscenes you get in the future areas. So if you play it again and you say to yourself, I want to go this way instead, you're going to get a new cutscene, and you're going to get a new story element. You're going to get something you haven't seen before. You might see an enemy you've never seen before. In RE3 Remake, every playthrough is the exact same. So the very element of RE3 OG was scrapped. All I'm getting at is as a remake, RE3 didn't even try. It fell extremely flat, and there is no argument about it. I have pointed out the facts comparing all remakes. They're all the same price. All remakes towards the OG, and RE3 Remake did not do the OG justice whatsoever. And that's what makes fans angry. Because the best parts of RE2 Remake are those parts from RE2 OG that are improved. The best parts of RE4 Remake are those parts from RE4 that are there and improved. Resident Evil 1, same thing. And in Resident Evil 3, the players, if you're a fan of the original, they're left wondering, okay, I can't wait for this part coming up, and it's not there. I can't wait to fight Gravedigger, the worm boss, and he doesn't exist. Okay, I can't wait to see what replaced him, and nothing did. I can't wait to get to the clock tower, and it's gone. I can't wait, well, at least we'll get to see the Dead Factory at the end. And they took the RE2 Remake lab and scrapped the Dead Factory. And you know why? These decisions aren't made to improve the game. As much as people want to gaslight themselves to say that, and go ahead, do that. That's fine. They were made because RE3 Remake was pushed out as fast as possible because they knew, because of how well RE2 Remake did, RE3 Remake would just sell no matter how it was. And that's fine. What we got was a 5 to 6 hour, great, tightly packed experience, which was the same price as a game that has twice as much content, but 4 scenarios worth. So even one scenario of this is twice as much as this. But there's 4 scenarios in this, and then there's costumes for each character, there's the old soundtrack, there's the Ghost Survivors, which is 4 of those, there's Tofu, which there's 5 of them, I believe, and then there's Hunk. And in RE3, you got one game that's shorter than one scenario in this, both at the same price. Both are remakes. This one took everything great about that one, made it better. This one scrapped everything about that one. And I know what some people are gonna say. Well, the stuff in the OG was bad anyway. Yep. Just like stuff in this game, and this game were bad. And you know what they did? They took it and they improved it. And that's why those are great remakes. And that's why they did well. And in this game, they took that stuff and they scrapped it. And you know what instead they did? They took stuff from this game and added it instead. Anyway, as a remake, it is like a spit to the face. But as a game, it's pretty solid. Like, we can't deny the gameplay is awesome. The dodge roll is sick. It actually works in this game. The weapons are pretty cool. The characters are great. It has some amazing cutscenes. It's got an amazing soundtrack. It's got great pacing for all the wrong reasons. If this was a remake tier list, it'd be here because it's a horrible remake. But this is a game tier list. God, I feel like putting. Here's one bad thing I can't cope with. I just can't have 6 above 3. I don't think 6 is better than 3 remake. I actually don't. I like that. Do I? I don't know. I think these games are both did their damage, and they deserve to be together. Just like Resident Evil Survivor and Dead Aim deserve to be together. Just like these two deserve to be together. Like, I hope I laid myself out very well here, because everyone always asks me about RE3, and I feel like I've explained it well enough. I tried to be as, you know. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you, Nabil. Thank you, thank you. When this game first came out, when RE3 Remake first came out, I was, by the way, everyone's gonna contradict what I'm saying by going to watch my first playthrough. You guys gotta understand, RE3 is my favorite RE game. And in my first playthrough of RE3, I was on heavy copium. In my mind, I was such an imbecile. I was so ignorant when I played this. I'm not even lying. I seen the IGN reviews and I was like, no, they're wrong. They can't be right because they came out early. I seen the GameSpot reviews. I'm like, no, they can't be right. Like, there's no way. Like, there's no way the clock tower is that bad. But then when I played through it, like, you got to realize when I first play RE games, it's a huge deal. It's overwhelming. I have more viewers than I've ever had in my life every time. I have more active chat than I've ever had in my life every time. And I have less sleep every time. With RE3, you know, I got through it and I didn't even have time to think. And then when I woke up the next day, I did think. I was like, wait, they didn't even have the clock tower. And where was Gravedigger? Wait, I didn't even get a costume when I beat the game. Wait a sec. Wait. It's missing like 80% of the game. Holy shit. But yeah. I think this is fair. So, hey everybody scrolling to the end. You are going to be angry unless you rewind and you rewatch whatever game you're angry about. Because people that scroll to the end of tier lists are usually looking for one game in one spot, and if it's not in that one spot, they're angry. Well, I explained thoroughly why I chose the spots I put, and I also explained that if you would put them somewhere else, that's great, because that's your tier list, and this one's mine, and it's based off of my enjoyment and the quality I think that comes from these games. I hope you enjoyed the tier list. This is what I think in 2024. I need to check the year. And maybe this list will be completely different next year because I will continue to play all these games and possibly change my mind on a few of them. And maybe some of them will get updates and other mods and other, well, mods don't count, but DLC and everything else. But I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope I answered any questions you guys have about my feelings of any Resident Evil game to ever exist. And Degeneration would go in C tier if it was here. This is Resident Evil Degeneration. There. Oops. Oh, I can't put it back. Shit, now we gotta place it. Wait, the video's over. If I were to put it, it'd be up here because it's just RE4, but VR. Now the movies. So I do have more lists, by the way. I do have a lot of fun lists. Check it out, check it out, check it out. Check this out. Da-da-da-da. 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 Yeah, Jordan, I can't believe you're late. Oh, but wait, guys, wait. All right. One sec. Let's see this really quick. All right. If you guys were to change one thing about this list, just one, what would it be? What makes it terrible for you? I figured it would be RE5. I like the issue with Resident Evil tier lists is that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 remake, 2 remake, 3, 4, 7 village can all be like B through S for some people. It just depends on the person. And all of them can go through those 3, and some, I mean, even lower too, but generally speaking, those games are like surfing those 3 top categories. And for some people, 1 ruins it. I did not play the DLC for Operation Raccoon City, but it definitely wouldn't change my mind, because most of my thoughts about Operation Raccoon City are just the gameplay. For what game, Ninja? RE5 is garbage, dude? Yeah, I mean, you make your own tier list. And here's the thing. Here's what you guys... I can explain it for you. When you guys make your own tier list and you put RE5 in E tier, guess what? Every RE5 fan, it's the highest selling Resident Evil game of all time, is gonna fucking hate your tier list. And they're gonna call it garbage. Just stating the facts. And I know what some of you are thinking. It's the highest selling RE game of all time, but doesn't mean people liked it. Guys, ones in the chat if you would put RE5 in A or S. 2s if you'd put it below A. Just curious. And there you go. I'll be honest, Resident Evil 6 is a terrible Resident Evil game, but as an overall game entering the series, I would put it low to mid B. I honestly think it doesn't deserve to be a survivor in Dead Aim. Yeah, it was really hard to decide 6, honestly, but I couldn't have RE3 below 6, or maybe I could. But I like them. I like those 2 games holding hands, because that's how it should be. I feel like these 2 games, like, look at everything below these 2. Everything is just sort of like an off game. I feel like these 2 holding hands right next to all the off games is perfect. You know, as much as I think to myself that, like, here's my way of thinking. If I want to go play RE3 Remake, like I do sometimes, like, yeah, I want to play through it again. I'm always sad every time I play it. Like, I really am. And with RE6, I always have a headache. And I'm not sad when I play Rev, and I don't have a headache when I play Rev. I don't have a headache, or I'm not sad when I play 0. I also don't have a headache, or I'm not sad when I play 2. And I always love playing Outbreak. I love these 2 games. You know what I mean? I can't put a game that gives me a headache or makes me sad much higher than that. The only games that I'm like, I'm being too hard on are Outbreak. That's the only game on this list that I look at it and I'm like, it deserves, like, God, if it had a remaster, it'd be an S tier game. Anyway, I shouldn't reminisce on my tier list. Oh, am I watching the Xbox showcase? What time is it on? Are they going to show anything new? I'm sorry if I missed a few donations. If I missed your donation or anything during that, can you please just let me know in the chat? Indiana Jones. That's it? I'll watch the highlights. Where's Degeneration? I couldn't find a list that had Degeneration on it. Bum bum ba bum ba ba bum 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 ba bum ba bum bum ba bum. All right, so we are going to really quickly. 1 second. We are going to do a couple other things. I just got to use the bathroom. Yes, I'm going to play Power World tomorrow, I think. We'll see. I might take tomorrow off. I might play Power World. If I end up taking tomorrow off, I'm never playing Power World. If I don't take tomorrow off, I will play Power World. Let's go with the next tier. Yeah, we're going to do either the next tier list or this. I just got to use the bathroom and I will decide. Be right back. 1 sec. Hello, everybody. All right. Hey, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Oh, God, my nose. Oh, may I ask you, is anyone in the chat's blood boiling from the tier list before we start the next thing? No? Oh, there's some. There's some. Yo, thank you, Grancor. I appreciate that. That's awesome. I've been playing that for a long time, too. My first RE game was Resident Evil 2 on the N64. Ah, your blood was boiling beforehand? Oh, no. RE2 mod tier list? I couldn't even list them fairly at this point. I haven't played them in such a long time. Like, I went through an RE2 mod phase like years ago, and I can't remember a lot of stuff in them. Thank you, Stiglers. Yeah, Bad Samuels. I will do a Metal Gear Marathon. Chat gone from the screen. 1 sec. I will do a Metal Gear Marathon before 3 Remake comes out. Downhill. Yeah, Cerves. Yeah. That's just my favorite in the franchise, Last Lars. Thank you, Fox. Thank you, Poke My Gamble. Thank you for the reset. But thank you, Onyx. Thank you so much. No, I'm just playing through Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2 on Big Boss European Extreme or whatever it is. The hard mode. And then we'll follow it up with Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. Because I just did a Metal Gear Solid Marathon, like an actual one, like pretty sure in the last year, right? Yo, thank you, Nabil. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. All right, I need help with this list. So this is a Resident Evil list that I got from Twitter. I got this from Twitter, guys. I need help doing this one. 1 second. I need help with this one. So this is the best of Resident Evil. I found this on Twitter. It's just a list of like cool things about Resident Evil. I just played the entire franchise. I did a Resident Evil marathon the past 2 weeks, as many of you know. And I played every single game in the franchise. And if you're thinking, did you play Dead Aim? Did you play Reverse? Did you play Gaiden? Yep. I played every single one. So now we're gonna see what, in my opinion, what is the best everything, or my personal favorite everything. And you guys could share if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, or if you're watching later on YouTube channel. You could share in the comments what your favorite or thing is. Now, best setting. Off the top of my head, I think RE3 Raccoon City. Because I really like exploring Raccoon City and RE3. But I also think I really like the Baker House and the outside of the Baker House in RE7. I also like the RPD station in RE2. The Spencer Mansion. Ooh, this is a really hard one right off the start. Holy crap, this one's really hard. I think the one that's done the best is probably the RE1 Remake Mansion. Thank you, DJT. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Oh, I would say by release order. Thank you. Thank you, HR Zone. Thank you, Landon Gaming. Thank you, Makenko Seppo. The Island in RE4. Let's think. Yeah, you know, I think my favorite is the RE1 Mansion. It's RE1 Remake Mansion. It's just laid out so well. And like I said earlier, it's like one giant puzzle box that you have to solve. And getting around it and solving everything within it is so fun. But the thing is, this is so interchangeable because the RPD station works the same way in RE2 and RE2 Remake as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the RE1 Remake Mansion. Scariest setting. The scariest. The one that immediately comes to my mind is the Baker household. Okay, wow, all of you guys are like Baker House. So I guess that wasn't wrong in thinking that. Okay, I'm putting that. Baker household. Best song. Oof. This is too hard. This is best song. Best song? I got this. Wait, what the hell was that? Two sides to every story. Two sides to every story. Let's see. God, I don't know, man. I hate that song, by the way. Best song. Well, for me, it is between let's see, CVX save theme. God, see this, remember when I talk about after you die and you talk to God, you're like, hey, God, can I see my stats page? If only I could see the Resident Evil song I've listened to the most. I know you've got it! He's got it. I know he does. Just tell me. Oh yeah, Uncle YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, RE3 OG save theme. Yep. Oh, I got one. This might be my most listened to, unfortunately. I've done grocery shopping to this song. You know what? I'm putting that. Don't care. All right, best gun. Ba-bum, ba-bum. You know what? I don't know if I like... Sorry. This song probably makes people have a panic attack. Actually, let me hear what this sounds like. Stars. I love this one too. I love his theme from 3 Remake. It makes me nostalgic for running the game. Okay. Collapse from RE2. Yeah, Collapse is really good too, man. I don't know. Nemesis theme, I don't even, like... I don't even know how to get rid of that. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. I don't know best song, dude. Why I put Nemesis theme is just like, it's something I can't decide. Best music is like such... It's so, like... Best music has recency bias all fucking over it. Or not in this case, not so much. But like, man, when someone asks you your favorite song of all time, in my opinion, like, I always think of something like I've listened to recently. RE2 OG Marshalling Yard, yeah, that's a good one. Maybe someone can act... Honestly, I think my most listened to one is this. I think this is actually my most listened to. Because I've had this on like hours repeat for like days before. I think I'll actually put this because I'm pretty sure this is my most listened to. I'm almost positive. Now, how the hell do I operate MS Paint? How do I delete this? I can't reselect it. Select this area. Delete. All right, that worked. Okay, best song. Best... What the fuck? Best gun. For me, right off the bat, it's either the Eagle from RE3, the Western Custom from RE3, the Hydra from RE5, and I also love the grenade launcher from RE2 Remake, the flamethrower from RE2 Remake, oof. Wolfsbane from RE8, dude. Love that one. That one's sick. The golden egg. The linear launcher from CVX is cool. The red tip, the RPG with the RPG with Ada's kiss on it. The 2-round shotgun from 7, fucking love that gun. I know, Dry Frankie. The RE2 Remake grenade launcher is so fucking cool. Oh man, this is hard. I should have never. I have a hard enough time placing fucking games on a sheet rather than picking my favorite everything. Wolfsbane's really cool. Nah, Striker's not up there for me. I think it's cool though. RE7 shotgun is awesome. I love that. Yeah, I think I'm putting 2 games. From 3 and RE2 Remake. Is that cheating? Well, guess what? I don't care. I would put RE3 Remake if it had freeze rounds, so, but I see that's my dilemma. That's why if RE2 Remakes had freeze rounds, let's just say that, and normal nades. See, RE3 OG has normal nades, freeze rounds, acid rounds, and fire rounds. But RE2 Remake has the cool effects. It has, like, if you shoot an acid round, the zombie's arm melts off, and if you shoot a flame round on a liquor, they burn to a crisp. See, so that's where I find my confliction. Barry's Magnum's a good one. That's a good one. RE5 does have freeze rounds, but I don't hate it in RE5. Alright, so best puzzle, I know exactly what I'm gonna put. Best story. I'm still not sold on this. I'm still sitting here thinking about it, by the way. No, I don't like putting 2 games. I think that's a cop-out. We're back. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back, guys. We're going back. We're not done with this. You know what? I've said Western Custom my whole life. But is it though? I also love the Wolfsbane too. Like, the Wolfsbane's really cool. Claire's Quantum Gun. Yeah. And you were right. Yeah, you know what? The Western Custom. Let's go with that. Best story. This one I shouldn't even be a part of. Village, come on. There is no come on. Like, there is no, like, for those who, well, let me enlighten people. This question does not have a definitive answer. If you think there's a definitive answer, it's just because that's what you think. Like, this is so, like, just super, like, you know, you could argue for best boss fight. You could argue for best main enemy. You could argue for best gameplay. You can't really argue for best story. There's so many, like 1, 2, and 3 basically have the same fucking story. Or, well, not really. 2 and 3 basically have the same story. 4 almost has no story. 4 has an intro that explains a story. CVX has an insane story, which honestly, Ethan's story, yeah. I think CVX. What else do I think? RE7. This question is cracked, boys. This question is cracked, boys. All right. Straw poll. I am curious, like, what you guys think is the best story. I am curious. I am very fucking curious. I am doing a straw poll to hear what you guys think is the best story. I am so curious. Like, I really don't know. Best story. Multiple choice. All right. RE1 / remake. RE2. These all count for the remake. The remake doesn't change the story much. 4 does. All right. I'm not going to add every single game, because I know a lot of them just don't matter. All right, what side games deserve a shout out here? Outbreak and what else? Rev. And what else? Nah, Dead Aim ain't winning. Gaiden ain't winning. Orc ain't winning. Nah, alright. Dark Side and Umbrella Chronicles are the exact same. They're just the other games. They don't count. I guess Dark Side Chronicles counts, sort of. Because it has another story to it? Sure. I have 0 on there. Alright. Okay. I'm not adding any of that shit. The only off games are Rev, Dark Side, and Outbreak. Any objections? Okay. Create poll. All right, chat. Vote it up. Let's see what wins, baby. Bam. Whoa, village. Oh shit, I forgot CVX. Uh-oh, and that might have won. Ooh, shit! Oh, guys, see, I shouldn't be a streamer, boys! Wait. Duplicate? Yes! I can just duplicate it. Alright. Code. Stop voting in that poll. Stop voting. I made a new one. I made new poll. New poll. New poll. New poll. No, it was not intentional. I just forgot. I didn't even say what I voted for. If I want to actually be intentional, I'll tell you guys what I vote for, and people will just vote for that. It happens every time. I voted for show results. Oh, see? Look at that. Boom. Look at these two. Look at these two battling it out. Oh, fuck. Watch out. Jesus Christ. Take cover. All right. I was just curious. I'm surprised Village is so far up there. That's cool. I think for me, my favorite one is RE2 as well. Like it was between RE2 and CVX, but honestly, originally I wanted to say CVX, and I still sort of want to, but I don't even think I grasped the entire story. But I do grasp the entire story of RE2. Best puzzle? I'm just putting mine. I'm not even gonna read what you guys say until I put it. All right, what do you guys think? This is, by the way, for me, this is between the RE0 animal puzzle and the CVX painting puzzle. Those are my two favorites. RE3 water puzzle, love that one too. RE1 remake stained glass, that's a good one. RE5 lasers, whew, that's a spicy pick right there. RE4 Ashley puzzle, the sliding puzzle? The puzzle boxes in Deadly Silence, that's a good one. V-Jolt door, classic. RE4 OG paintings. What? Hey, you want to know the solution to RE4 OG paintings? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. RE6 bells. All right, people aren't passionate about this one very much. Best boss fight, broskies! Best boss fight. Mrs. Runeby. Best boss fight. Nothing. Usually I try and go with what comes to my head first. It's just it's like I have like 5 people in my brain like shouting different things at me. I don't know. It's the shut the fuck up there. All right, my first actual thought was RE3 RPD Nemesis. Nemesis 1 at the RPD just because it kicks everyone's asshole inside out and it's fun. Like it's that fight is so good because it's such a test of skill when you have no skill at the game. Like it's like do you want to fight Nemesis? Yes. And he just fucking pounds you no matter what. Like no one beats him on the first try in RE3. Like on your first playthrough. No spoilers, obviously. Like I'm not talking about people that boot up the game and do the fucking cheese from the speed run. I mean people that are like, oh, what's Resident Evil? Boots up RE3, chooses to fight Nemesis. You will not beat him. You will not. He will destroy you. Most people that even played the game can't beat him without the cheese. Mendez RE4 remake, not for me. I think, okay, my favorite ones, dude, I fucking love Wesker. Like Wesker boss fights, but I don't think any of them, like the RE5 when he's with Jill, it's just sort of confusing. Like it's sort of confusing to like get to the second phase and then third phase, or third phase, yeah. And then the Rocco one's also a little confusing. And the fucking final boss, dude, I think I think final Wesker in RE5 is one of the worst boss fights. Oh my god, that one sucks. Oh, I know. Marguerite from RE7. I fucking love that fight. Merge RE7 Madhouse. Oh my god, that fight's amazing. I love that fight so much. What about yeah, someone in chat yesterday. What was the question? Someone asked me, oh yeah, I was playing Village and he's like, has he fought Maurice yet? Thinking that Moreau was named Maurice. Oh my god. Did he fight Maurice yet, chat? I haven't been here all day. I was at work. Scariest segment. Well, there's a couple segments that try to be scary, like RE4 Ashley with the Knights, RE5 with the Lickers. They try really hard to be scary. There is the House Beneviento for Resident Evil Village. There's the Regenerators from RE4 Remake and RE4 OG, which RE4 Remake, they actually try to be scary. RE4 OG Regenerators are scary, but it's in a well-lit area, and I think they're much scarier in RE4 Remake. Shadows of Rose Doll segment, that's a good throwaway one. RE7 Guest House, yeah. RE DualShock Basement, there it is. RE1 First Hunter cutscene. That's a good pick. That's a good pick right there. I was when I was a kid, dude, I was terrified of hunters. Like, as soon as the hunter showed up, I'm like, I don't even want to play anymore. I'm just gonna get killed by a hunter. House Beneviento is definitely up there. Rev 1 Mayday Guide, that's a good pick. Crimson Head Reveal is an amazing pick too. That's up there for me as well. Scariest segment. Mia up the stairs. Yeah, that's a good one. When Nemesis breaks into the RPD and he's chasing you room to room. You know, actually, for scariest segment, that is the first time you learn that Nemesis is going to follow you in the game. That's a good one. Because he breaks through the window and you run away from him, and as soon as you change the camera angle, you hear the door open and the music play, and you're like, oh fuck, he's following us. Run. Ugh. RE4, if I was to put Regenerator, I'd put the RE4 remake version, because it's like, yeah, I don't know. God, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm not scared enough to know this. And it's such a subjective one. Everyone says something different. Yeah, if we're counting that, RE7 VR. Nah, there can't be a poll. There's too many options. Like, there's like 50 options. Here's what would win the poll. The Baby and Village and Regenerators, probably. That's what would win, most likely. The RE7 demo, honestly, is probably up there. I was considering putting that. I still am. When you learn that you can't skip cuts. Shark with no key. Yeah. I think that's too specific for me to put. Forest around the corner. That's a good one. All right. I think I'm gonna... fuck. God, this is a hard list, dude. I shouldn't have even brought this up. The Shark Room in RE1 Remake is scary as balls. Like, you know there's a huge shark down there that's gonna come up and eat your wiener off. Eh, not really. I mean, I could say that about literally every single segment in every single RE game because nothing has really actually scared me. But that is scary. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with, like, I think I'm gonna go with window chase. Slash chase. That is a very scary moment. When I was a kid, every time Nemesis showed up when I was a kid, I had to pause the game. I had to pause the game and just stand there and think to myself, like, what am I gonna do? And those moments are what I remember. Every time you heard that door open and that music play, pause, and I'd be like, do I want to turn the game off? Or am I gonna actually try and run away from this guy? I may as well just put something that actually scared me when I was a kid. Because as an adult, I don't know. Nothing. The baby segment was like scary, but I was also up for 40 hours. Most hype moment. Most hype moment. Hype. That's easy for me. The boulder punch. Rev 2, good ending for me. I'll always need you, but for now, I have this! Rah! And she Wesker screams. Love that shit. Billy Shay Queenie. What's your guys' favorite? I want to know your guys' favorite, though. You want stars? I'll give you a star. That's a good one. Boulder punching. The most hype moment, boulder punching asshole from RE Village. That's a good one. I love that part. That part's so good. Dude, like, I'm sure when most people heard that part, they were like, it's one of the best moments in the franchise when he's like, that boulder punching asshole. It's just, it's so good to just get validation from Capcom that, like, they know. They're like, yeah, I love that. That boulder punching asshole. Louise and Ada dancing moment. That's a good one. A senior moment perhaps. Final Tyrant and RE2 remake based off the music. That's such a good moment too. Yeah, that's in my top 3, I think. I like right after I typed Rev 2, I thought the final boss fight with RE2 remake Leon. Even though I don't like what Mr. X looks like in RE2 remake, he sort of looks a little weird, but RE7 merchant quoting RE4, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'm Redfield. Yeah. most confusing moment? I'm Redfield. Scariest enemy? RE7 Chris. Thank you, Radisk. And thank you, Fallen Shiro. Oh yeah, Abolish. Ballsy motherfucker. Krauser fighting RE4. Yeah, definitely one of the hypest moments. Definitely. I love that cutscene so much. If favorite cutscene was on here, I'd put that for sure, but it's not on here. Men, women. That's a good one too. All right. So let's move on. Best main enemy, like zombies. I mean, I feel like zombies is sort of a cop-out answer. Oops. How the hell do I move that like that? Oh. Best, like, I always say Hunter Gamma, but it's not the best. Hunter Gamma's not the best. Hunter, it's between hunters and lickers for most. It's between hunters, lickers, ganados, and crimson heads for the most of the community. I could tell you that. And I can tell you that easy from looking at chat too, but yeah. Best main enemy. This is main enemy, not like, this wouldn't be like Gyarados, you know? That's not a main enemy. Ganados are a main enemy. Like even Lickers and Hunters, I don't know if they count either. But I'd say Lickers count. They're in most of the game. Best main enemy? Guys, I don't know. I think I gotta go with Ganados, dude. Like, I love just, like, they're fucking, you don't know what the shit they're saying. You shoot them in the head, you kick their balls off. I love that, man. Ganados are good, but I gotta keep thinking, though. I love Hunters, I love Lickers. I ate my asshole! Ugh, Ganados, dude. I ate my asshole! Alright, dude, cool. We know you eat your asshole. Shut the hell up. No. You don't understand. I eat my asshole! Alright, Depro. Ugh. What happened to the Silent Hill live gaming thing? Millions are watching, just not me. How do you spell Ganado? That. Yeah, it's probably billions at this point. Best non-main enemy. See, I think for non-main enemy, that's where you can put like Licker Hunter and other things. This is a weird one. Best fetch quest. Like, best non-main enemy. Well, does that count Nemesis? Salvador? Ooh, that's a good one. Does this count Nemesis? Well, I'd pick Nemesis over Mr. X. JJ. It has to be JJ. Crimson Head, dude. I think... no. I could tell you now. Spoilers. Crimson Head's going in scariest enemy for me. You guys can regenerate all you want. But scariest enemy for me is Crimson Heads. Something walking at me is far less scary than something sprinting at me. Yeah. It's a good song. Nemesis sprints at you. That's true. Best let's not get ahead of ourselves. Best non-main enemy. I do love the Chainsaw Sisters. Sorry, it just hit me. I was like, I'm like, what am I thinking? For me, it's Super Salvador, no question. I fucking love Super Salvador. God, he's badass. God, he's badass. With the double chainsaw, dude. I love Super Salvador. Honestly, he could go under fucking scariest enemy. Best fetch quest. But yeah, I love seeing your guys' choices too. It's so, by the way, guys, thank you so much for joining me. I love, like, it's so awesome being in a position that I can discuss things I'm so passionate about with other people that are so passionate about it. I love seeing what you guys think. And I usually have an idea what you guys are gonna say, like the general opinion of Resident Evil fans. But sometimes you guys catch me off guard and say a bunch of shit. I'll be like, what? I didn't even think of that. That's cool. Best fetch quest? When Orch ate the Lunker Bass. Best fetch quest. Ashley? Nah, I'm just kidding. Like, okay, name some actual fetch quests. Here's a fetch quest. Richard, I need serum. Ouch! That's a fetch quest. What else? The V-Jolt. Okay, yeah, the bomb, sure. The blue medallions, okay, yep. The RE3, collect the 3 things. Yeah, to fix the car. Honestly, that's sort of a cheat one because, like, that's half the game. Like, that fetch quest is half of RE3 OG. For the most part, a little less than half. This category sucks? Yeah, this is a weird one. You guys are curious what song this is? Resident Evil 6 Mercenaries results. RE0 don't. The death masks, yeah. Exactly, abolished. I don't like this category. I sort of want to put a meme at, yeah, like a Rebecca photo, RE2. Yeah, Simon Ada is a fetch quest, but it certainly isn't the best one. Best gameplay. Dude, I think 4 Remake clears this. Without a doubt. Oh, fuck. Why'd I type the whole thing? RE6 does have good gameplay, but for me personally, I find it overwhelming, and I never even use half the mechanics because I just don't want to. And with RE4 Remake, I want to because it's so fun. It feels rewarding, whereas RE6, pulling off the mechanics for me, does not feel rewarding enough. Yeah, and I love that you can, dude, like, RE3 Remake's dodge is amazing, okay? Don't get me wrong, but being able to just go like this and just duck under shit, love that. Oh my god. The crouch function having multiple purposes is god tier. Love that so much. Scariest enemy. Verdugo. I think, you know, there's a lot of scary enemies. Crimson Head, Hunters, Lisa Trevor, Nemesis, Jack Baker, Marguerite Baker, Regenerators, yep. The, Chris in RE7 when he arrives. RE2 Remake, Mr. X. Forest. Beneviento, baby. Reapers in RE5. The molded crawlers, they're scary, yeah. They're really scary when they show up. See, I conflict scary with like tense and suspenseful. Like when a crawling molded shows up, I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna die. But am I like scared of the crawling molded? No. Am I worried that I'm about to die from getting fucking jumped on? Yep. Regenerator is definitely in the top 3 for scariest enemy. I think Forest is a top contender too. Like Resident Evil 1 Remake Forest on a New Game Plus playthrough. RE2 Remake Lickers are very scary. Crimson Heads are very scary. Crimson Head was my first thought. I think I'll still go with Crimson Head. I still remember the first time I seen Crimson Heads. I near fucking shat my pants, dude. The Baby is a great choice, yeah. I'm gonna say Crimson Head. For me. I think regenerators are scary and they do sound scary. But the thing that doesn't scare me about regenerators in RE4 OG is that they walk at you. But they are scary. They're very scary. There's a lot of scary. We're talking about the fucking the main horror franchise. There's a lot of scary enemies. Oops. Doot 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 doot. Bingo bongo. Yeah, Nemesis and Super Tyrant. Yeah, this one. What do you guys think of the list? Do you hate it? They love it. Yes. That some of them change the puzzle, please. To what? To what? I think RE0 and I want to put 2 answers for a lot of these, honestly. Change the song. Best, so where's best character? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know. I think the list is fine. Like, there's some cool stuff, but yeah, it's definitely missing some questions. Like best character and best, I mean, I could just add it myself, I suppose. Here, I'll add 2 more. Best, oops. Best. Wait, I have white selected. Best. Boss. Oh wait, oops. Best character. Best. What was the other one? Villain? I guess best, like, these are sort of stupid. I don't even know why I'm adding these because, like, best villain, I wonder. Best character. Best character. Wesker and Wesker. For me, so I like Barry, but other than Barry, you guys aren't gonna like this. Guys, are you prepped to not like this? Are you prepped? Yeah? So, no, for me, it's Ada. And for best villain, it's Wesker. I think every time Ada is on screen, Maybe not in RE4 Remake if you hated her voice actress because it just annoyed you so much that you didn't care. But I think every time Ada is on screen, the game is interesting. Am I crazy? And it's definitely interesting in more ways than one. Am I right? I do love Chris. I love a lot of the characters. Can't argue with that. There you go. Mm-hmm. Kendo. Kendo needs to win something. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Kendo is amazing. Best. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Fuck. How do I delete this shit? One second. There. Kendo has to win something. He has to. What about Dario? No! That was, sorry, I was trying to beat Dario there. Doo-doo. Sexiest Kendo. All right. This was cool. This was fun. I enjoyed it. The best of Resident Evil. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. And now a requested tier list from earlier in the stream, which I think is a good idea. Would you guys like to see one last one? Maybe we'll do another too. But difficulty of each RE game. I can do that real fast. Because it was requested a little bit at the start of the stream, so. Okay. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. First time casual difficulty. All right. So. Oops. This is assuming. All right. So we are going to do a Resident Evil difficulty tier list. If you don't know, I just played through literally every single Resident Evil game ever in the past 2 weeks, and it wasn't my first time playing any of them. I have played every single game on this list at least 2 times, and most of them over 10 times. This list is going to be balanced around a few things. I will just talk about it as we go along, but I'll try and make it more towards playing the hardest difficulty as opposed to just choosing a random difficulty like normal. So it'll be on hardest difficulty. And it's just based off what I think is hard. And yeah, so let's get started. Resident Evil 1 is a very easy game. Even on hard mode as Chris, if you just get the shotgun, like if you get the rusty shotgun and you get the shotgun from the puzzle room, you can kill like every enemy in the game, like pretty easily. Maybe not. I don't know if it's very easy. I think it is. Do you guys think it is? I think it'd be very easy. Yeah, the iframe hunters are cheap. Yeah, they're cheap in every single game. But I think this is like there's not much mechanics. If you play as Jill, you shoot the hunters once with the grenade launcher and they're dead. You play as Chris, you shoot them once with the magnum and they're dead. And yeah, I think comparatively speaking, when you compare it to all the other games, I think Resident Evil is either easy or very easy. Let's just put it here for now. Resident Evil 2, oh, sorry, let's put it here for now, sorry. Resident Evil 2 is also really easy. Resident Evil 2, even on hard mode, you can kill 3 zombies, sometimes 4, with the 1 shotgun shell. And guess how many shotgun shells you get in the game? Like 80. Or like freaking over 100. So I don't want to count Nightmare Mode because Nightmare Mode is exclusive to the Dreamcast version. So on the hardest mode in the actual OG version of the game, just like this also is a range mode when you play the DualShock edition, but the base version of the game is just Chris and Jill. Just like this is just normal and easy. I think this is like interchangeable. Honestly, I want to go very easy. Because it is. Like, lickers are a problem, but if you have the grenade launcher, they're 1 bullet. 2 if you're unlucky. This is OG RE2 is a very easy game. 3, Nemesis. So on hard mode, here's the funny thing. RE3 has 2 difficulties, heavy and light. If you play on heavy, it's like normal. If you play on light mode, dude, oh my god, this game has the easiest easy mode ever. On light mode, not even kidding you. You start with the assault rifle, the shotgun, the magnum, and there's a ton of ammo for all of them in your box already. And I'm pretty sure even with a first aid kit with 3 full first aid sprays, you have enough ammo when you start RE3 on light mode to kill everything in the whole game, including Nemesis. It's insane. But we're talking about heavy mode. Heavy mode, it's not crazy hard. If you choose to fight Nemesis every time you see him, it can be quite difficult. But I'd say it's normal difficulty. All right, CVX. So CVX definitely, it doesn't have a hard mode as far as I know. It has a normal mode. Now, the difficulties of CVX come from, these are all first playthrough casual plays, by the way, not speedrun, nothing like that. It is a hard game because of random decisions you may run across, such as you don't know when you're going to switch from Claire to Chris. You don't know what's going to happen as a first-time player. And if you have all your weaponry on Claire, then Chris is sort of screwed. And when you switch back to Claire as Chris, and you give Claire all your Chris's items, you're screwed again. So in ways like that, you can also forget the grenade launcher as Claire and never pick it up ever again. You can miss the explosive rounds with Claire, the explosive crossbow bolts. If you miss those, you're screwed. If you miss the gas rounds, you're screwed. There's a lot of things you can do in CVX that can make your playthrough very hard, but base level, even if you remember all the things I just said, it's still a hard game. Resident Evil Survivor on normal mode. Resident Evil Survivor is honestly pretty baby mode. The last boss is tough, but you have like 5 continues to fight him. Survivor, the only hard thing in Survivor is the last boss. Every other enemy you can just run by. Hunters can be a problem, but if you spend time picking up ammo, you just like 2-shot them. I think Survivor. Would you guys agree it's like sort of baby mode? Oh, you guys said baby mode. Sorry, I drifted out. All right, Resident Evil Survivor 2. Honestly, it was more difficult than I thought. Survivor 2, I beat the game in my second try, and my second try it wasn't that bad. So I'd say it's easy. It's not very easy. It took a little, like it took an extra try, which is the whole game. But it's relatively easy. Resident Evil Gaiden, dude. This game's hard. Minimum hard. You can run out of ammo before the last boss, and you are legitimately soft locked. I almost want to put this on very hard. Gaiden is brutal. Very hard, very hard. You guys think very hard too? All right, let's just shove it on very hard. Gaiden, it's brutal. It is brutal. No, there are things that are much harder than Gaiden. Let's put it on hard. It's harder than CVX. But yeah, like, if you guys have never played Gaiden, it is very cheap. Like, enemies, dodging enemies is extremely difficult. And if you get in a fight with certain enemies, they hit you right off the bat. Right off the bat, you take damage. And there's limited heals in the game. Like, what are you supposed to do? You could softlock in Gaiden so hard. I'll just put it here, but it's going to be at the end of the list probably. Resident Evil 1 Remake. So, I think on hard mode, like there's a new game plus hard mode. I think on hard, it's normal. Because you can kill Crimson Heads in a couple grenade rounds. You could kill every zombie with one shotgun. Yeah, let's go with real survival. I think it's harder than... If we're talking real survival... real survival... I still think is normal, because like you have the self-defense weapons. Anytime you get grabbed, you don't take damage because you have a self-defense weapon. If you manage to not have a self-defense weapon, you can kill every zombie with one shotgun round, and there's many shotgun shells in the game. The only thing that makes our Remake hard on real survival is no auto aim. But yeah, this is just my opinion, and if you guys think I'm crazy, let me know in the comments. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine how it is. Resident Evil 0 on hard mode. Resident Evil 0 on hard mode, definitely harder than real survival. The difficulties with 0 is managing your items in a safe spot. And one of the biggest things that can happen in RE0 is that if you... Let's say you leave all your good stuff. This is a common mistake with RE0. You leave a lot of your good stuff in the lobby to the mansion. You go fight the bat boss. You get the hook shot. You get a couple items. You go fight the bat boss with the stuff in your inventory. You save your game. And then when you go back to get your gear, you have to run through a bunch of monkeys. And if your gear is scattered, you're so screwed. It's brutal. And that happens a couple times in the game, where in the second segment, in like the water area or the water facility, you can leave your items in very punishing places as well. Bring your gear back for the bad fight. Yeah, 100%. But 0 also has very cheap enemies. The Leech Man is super cheap. I'm sure a lot of you in chat have played 0, or a lot of you watching on YouTube have played 0, and you don't know how to dodge the monkeys, and you don't know how to dodge the Leech Man, but put like a normal Crimson Head on the screen or whatever else you can dodge that. 0 has a lot of tough enemies. And in a game where you aim forward, downwards, and up, like that's how you aim, and you have enemies jumping around and flying around at you. Like, how are you supposed to hit the bat going like this everywhere, and you have a grenade launcher with one bullet, and the bullet shoots out and completely misses, and like you have 5 bullets left? It's like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? That's RE0 for you, where enemies are all over the screen and you're trying to shoot this grenade launcher and the bullet just goes woof and misses completely. And in a game that lacks ammo and healing items, that shit will punish you so hard in 0. Where unlike Resident Evil Remake and RE3 Nemesis, even on their hardest difficulties, they have plenty of ammo and healing items. Especially RE3. Those monkeys love shotgun shells. Also, one last thing about Zero is certain enemies take way more or way less ammo from certain weapons. I think the monkeys take like 3 magnum rounds, and if you shoot them with the acid rounds from the grenade launcher, it's 1 bullet. But if you shoot a hunter with magnum rounds, it's 1 bullet. And if you shoot a hunter with flame rounds, it's like 2. It's something like that. I don't know the specifics, but that is how it works. Resident Evil Dead Aim is a very easy game. Honestly, maybe even baby mode. I think baby mode. The last boss is tough. But oh, actually we're talking about hard mode here. Hard mode can be a bit punishing, but it's not a hard, like it's very easy. You won't have trouble with it. Resident Evil Outbreak on now we're talking blind playthrough. Blind playthrough Resident Evil Outbreak File 1. Move, Gaiden. Blind playthrough Resident Evil Outbreak File 1 and blind playthrough Resident Evil Outbreak File 2 on very hard difficulty are extremely hard, if not the hardest in the franchise. Finding out what to do in Resident Evil Outbreak, both File 1 and 2, by yourself is almost impossible. Outbreak is... I can't stress this enough. It's easily one of the hardest games of the franchise. If you are going to play Outbreak, please, for the love of God, play with friends online on the private server. There's guides all over the place online. If you're playing... I've watched some streamers play this shit offline. Alright, I say it's shit. I love the game. But I've watched some streamers play this offline and they get brutalized. It takes them like days, if not like a week, to get through the game because they just keep dying. They just can't figure out what to do. And like very hard mode is brutal. There's very few healing items. There's very little ammo. And if you don't know what to do already, you're gonna die a few times at least. Yeah, and even on co-op, very hard Outbreak is still very hard. Like, and I have like hundreds of hours. I have like probably 600 hours in both games combined, and I play on very hard every time I play the game with like people from chat or friends of mine from chat as well. And yeah, even sometimes we struggle to beat some levels. Resident Evil Deadly Silence is just like RE1, except you get the addition of... Oh, we're talking hardest difficulty on Rebirth mode. So I still think it's easy, but definitely harder than Survivor 2. And it's harder than RE1 on Rebirth mode, I think. Yo, dear. Game... Hurry, boy. So Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 on Professional. People... I think general consensus is people find this very hard, or am I crazy? I don't think it's very hard. Personally, I think it's quite easy because you have a checkpoint at every single room in the entire game. Like, people are scared. I think people are scared of Professional. They think it's this and this, but in reality, RE4 and Professional's like here. Like, I don't think it's... And the reason for that, guys, it's simple. If you go and collect treasures and you make your weapons overpowered, if you die, you're like 10 seconds back. Like, if you die in RE1, you're possibly like an hour back. If you die in any classic RE, you're potentially like an hour back. If you die in RE4, you're no more than a minute back. No more than a minute back. Or there are some rooms where you're more than a minute back. Like if you die in like the clock tower segment, you're like a few minutes back. But yeah. And you can rocket launcher every boss on Pro. Like if you're like, oh, but the bosses are hard. Well, you're buying a rocket. You could buy the rocket launcher from. And this is blind playthrough as well. So in a blind playthrough, you probably will run around and look for treasures and look for stuff. And if you find a lot of things, your weapons will be super OP. RE5 on what's the difficulty called? Veteran. Oh, profession. Wait, what's the difficulty called on first playthrough? Do you have pro on first playthrough? I don't think you do. It's veteran. I'm not sure on this. I don't know. What do you guys think? Where should it go? On veteran. First playthrough. I don't think it's like hard because RE5 also has crazy checkpoints as well. Easy-ish, normal, hard. Hard on professional. Yeah, this is veteran because it's first playthrough solo. First playthrough veteran. A lot of you are saying easy and normal, and there's a couple saying hard. I'll just put normal then. But like, I've played RE5, by the way. I have not played on veteran that much, and since you can't start on new game, like RE5 throws you into new game plus, and I'm just always on new game plus. So from what I hear though, even right now in chat, you guys are saying normal for the most part. Mercenaries 3D is it's baby mode, dude. I destroyed that game in like 2 hours when I played it. Umbrella Chronicles, we've already done a couple big boss. This is a difficulty tier list, by the way. Umbrella Chronicles was, yeah, it was pretty easy. But that was my second play. Actually, the first time I played it, I was getting wrecked by the last boss a couple times. I'd say Umbrella Chronicles is easy. Dark Side Chronicles is a little harder because the camera is horrific. Oh wait, we're talking hard mode actually. I keep forgetting that. That would definitely be harder. Because I'm saying easy. I don't know. Some of these games I don't really know very well on hard mode. A protective coat. Which one was a protective coat? Umbrella Chronicles? The RE3 room is awful on that. Yeah, let's put it normal. I can totally see them, like they were borderline up a tier on normal mode for me. Because like getting headshots is really hard. And also the camera in Dark Side is brutal. Revelations on, what's the, can you do, wait, do you have Infernal on the first playthrough? No. So it's on hard. I actually think Rev... I don't know. I think Revelations... God. It also has like forgiving areas. It is kind of hard, but I don't know. I think it's normal too. I think it's just like RE4 and 5 where like, you know, there are segments where you might die 10 times, but then you're like 20 seconds back. So you can just respawn anyway. It does have oh my god, the hunters are so easy in that game. Yeah. Yeah, last time I played, I had New Game Plus items. That's what I hear, Wolverines, yeah. Okay, so Resident Evil 6. I don't think you can play No Hope off the bat of this. If I remember correctly. You know, you can have no hope? I made water. Watch your language. People love RE6 in here. Yo, thank you, Andy Campbell G. Jizzle. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Nice to see you. No hope on the first plate. It is? Yeah, Pro isn't available on RE4 now that I think about it, but it's pretty simple. Honestly, you know what's crazy about Pro versus normal? On Pro, the enemies are far more consistent. And on normal, they are, well, a lot more RNG. Yeah, RE6 does really depend if you play with a friend, but the AI is pretty good in RE6, I think. No hope, disable skills, yeah. Easy mode if you could deal with QT. Yeah, RE6 is hard to place, honestly. I don't know. Even if we weren't talking hard modes, even if we were talking normal modes, I probably wouldn't even change a single thing on this list, to be fair. Well, actually, I would change RE3 because it only has 2 difficulties, and the easier one is just so easy. This is the results music to Darkside Chronicles. Yo, Janelle. Yo, 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 yo. Yeah, like, if we're talking no hope, it's pretty fucking hard as far as I understand. It's definitely harder than Code Veronica and Zero. And if you're with a friend, no, it's normal. Not on No Hope. Incognizable. There's no way. Like, RE6 on No Hope is not equivalent to RE4-5 Rev. Not at all. Do a No Hope run? No. I'll put on no. If we're talking No Hope, it's here. Let's say No Hope. I'm putting it here, and I'm not playing fucking No Hope. Maybe that'll be like a massive sub incentive one day, but like, God, I've already talked to chat enough for the people who are like, oh dude, no, it's so easy, dude, normal. Yeah, like, you're in the extreme minority just shooting shit. All right, Rev 2, I can vouch for this. Rev 2 on the hardest difficulty is hard. This game can be quite hard. On first playthrough, if you're playing on the hardest difficulty available, I don't even know what it is. It doesn't matter what it is because it's hard. Revelations 2 is difficult. It's harder than CVX. That's how I'm managing it. Operation Raccoon. Oh my god, I can't believe we have to rate these fucking games. Screw you, Umbrella Corps. Go fuck yourself. Baby mode. All right, I said Umbrella Corps was very hard, but last time I played it, it was quite easy. Fuck Umbrella Corps, dude. Stay down here. See, this is why if you watch a tier list on YouTube, if you scroll to the end, they'll think I think Umbrella Corps is easy, but fuck Umbrella Corps is what I'm saying. Operation Raccoon City is definitely harder than these, especially if you play on hard mode. The checkpoints are not forgiving. They're fucking bad. A lot of them. And annoying. I don't even remember if there was a hard mode to pick. I think there is, but I didn't play on hard. I don't know. I'll just manage it on normal. RE2 Remake. Yeah, dude. I don't know what's with the heavy action games and running out of ammo. Thank you, Unique Scorpions, for the $2. Says Orc Unprofessional getting 2 tapped is annoying. Oh, really? RE2 Remake on hardcore? I would say can be difficult. It's definitely, you know what, actually? Yes, dear. I fucking hate that about ORC. Oh my god, it's so annoying. RE2 Remake on hardcore is definitely hard. Especially if like you're going for S+ or something. RE2 Remake first playthrough on hardcore is a hard game. It's harder than all these, for sure. Like, you actually have to stop and think about what you're doing. But yeah, I don't know if it's harder than CVX. I actually think that RE2 Remake on hardcore is such a good difficulty. Like, the perfect like these are hard because of annoying factors. Forgetting the grenade launcher, losing your items and going back through the fucking monkeys. This is like a really good hard where it's like it's hard because it's just a hard game. There's no like tricks or like, oops, you forgot to do that, well, you're dead. It's just about playing and paying attention to the environment and the area. Yeah, exactly. CVX can cause a full game reset. Yeah, I love RE2 on hardcore. It's super well balanced. RE3 on hardcore, however, is like RE2, which you don't have Inferno or Nightmare on first playthrough. RE3 on hardcore is like RE2 Remake on normal. It's pretty freaking easy, actually. I don't know. It's probably here. Maybe even easy. It definitely isn't challenging. Okay. Yeah, you can just throw one grenade at Nemesis and he's dead, and then you get an upgrade for your pistol. He comes back, you throw one more nade, you get the second upgrade. You know, it's not too it's not too difficult. Okay. So next up is Resident Evil 7 on Madhouse. Yay! So I think this is right beside RE2 Remake. Maybe you guys think I'm crazy, but RE2 or RE7 on Madhouse is really well balanced in my opinion. Again, it is hard, but like RE2 Remake, as long as you pay attention, you make sure you get everything you can. It's not too bad. I think it's like that perfect difficulty in my opinion. Yo, thank you, EW Siths. Thank you for the $2 Renos. Thank you. Yeah, that sounds brutal, Scorpions. Oh yeah, you can't do first playthrough Madhouse. Yeah, you know what? This is a case-to-case basis at this point. I fucked up at the beginning of the tier list saying that it was first playthrough difficulty. That's why you don't scroll to the end. Yeah, this on Madhouse I think is perfect. Actually, yeah, RE2 and RE7 on Hardcore Madhouse are my two favorite difficulties in the franchise, I think. They're just so good. And RE4 on Pro. They're so good. Oh my god, I love them so much. Okay. Resident Evil Village on Village of Shadows. You can do it first playthrough if you buy the, I think it was if you pre-ordered it. So let's go with that. First playthrough, just case-to-case basis. First playthrough Village of Shadows, easily the hardest. You're probably not beating that game. And if you are, it's going to take you like 30 hours. I'm pretty sure there was a streamer someone talked about that played it on Voss first playthrough. I think Soda Papa did, and maybe Forsen, and they both quit. I think that's what chat told me. And I think Otz also played on Voss, but he finished it, maybe? But guys, if you want to ruin your first playthrough of Village, play on Village of Shadows. You won't finish it, and if you do, you're gonna fucking hate the game. Otz finished it? I think someone said it took him like 30 hours or something. I can't remember what they said. I would need to look it up. But yeah, Village of Shadows. Village. It's brutal, dude. It's brutal. It's hard because of Heisenberg? No. The people that say it's hard because of Heisenberg are the people that played New Game Plus. Heisenberg is the easiest thing in the entire game because you just point and shoot at his weak spots. That's it. When people say that, a lot of people say that, and that's just a dead giveaway that you played on New Game Plus. Chris section on Voss is everything on Voss is brutal. Lady Dim boss fight's brutal. The Bella boss fight's brutal. Moreau is absolutely brutal. Sturm is brutal. The factory in general is a nightmare. Like, that place is Village of Shadows is absolutely nuts. We seen that yesterday, actually. I just played through Village of Shadows, and even as someone that used to speedrun it, I died quite a few times in a few places. Although I was like ignoring a lot of the upgrades, and I didn't get a lot of the weapons or a lot of the ammo throughout the village. But still, like, you know, it was still hard. Yeah, we had a lot of trouble with Maurice. Thank you, Bloki. All right, Project Resistance, Reverse. And RE4 Remake on, let's just do it on Pro. RE4 Remake on Pro, it's pretty tough, I think. What do you guys think? Would you guys, I think it's hard, but do you guys think hard or very hard? I think it's harder than Rev, but I don't, like, I was actually a little disappointed by how easy it was when I first played it. I was expecting, like, God, dude, when a new RE this happens every time. A new RE game comes out. I remember when Village came out, there was tweets, and there was some tweets from RE content creators too, like, oh guys, I had early access, don't even try Village of Shadows, it's impossible without new game weapons. Literally impossible. I'm basically quoting a tweet from another creator. It's not impossible, it's not even close to impossible, that's a big stretch. And people said the same about RE4, and I went into it, I'm like, bruh, you can literally just pistol only this shit. Like, it wasn't... Pro on RE4 can be difficult in some sections, like the cabin, the Bella sisters fight, some of the bosses can be a little extra tanky, but if you just upgrade your weapons, like, it's not that bad. And the beauty is, in RE4, there's no, like, oops, I upgraded the wrong weapon, unless it's the bolt thrower. Any weapon works. So like, if you upgrade the base shotgun all the way, I did that when I first played Pro, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what I upgraded. It doesn't even matter what I did because like every gun in that game is balanced. The game has great weapon balance. It's actually fucking sick. Except the bolt thrower, it sucks. Yeah, basic shotgun upgrade is great damage, it sure does. The bolt thrower explosives are great. The bolt thrower bolts are like sort of trashy. They should do more damage, I think. Doo-doo. The mine thrower is way better than the bolt thrower. Yeah. Dude, on my first playthrough, it was the opposite. I was like, I'm going bolt thrower. Like the first weapon I upgraded a little was the bolt thrower. Cause I'm like, it's gotta be good. It's gotta. Like you could pick up your bolts. Like fully upgrade this thing's probably a beast. And then I fully upgraded, I think, didn't I? I don't know if I fully did. I know I started to, and then I realized it was shit. And I'm like, I'll just sell it and do something else. Do I think RE4 Remake Pro is harder than Madhouse? Yeah. I think there's only a few sections that are hard on Madhouse, like actually genuinely hard on Madhouse, and that'd be the Marguerite boss fight, the Jack 2 boss fight, the tape, and the tape in the boat where you play as Mia in the past, and then the mine escape near the end of the game. And in RE4 Remake, you know, people could definitely have trouble with all the bosses. Sadler at the end can be a nightmare. That could be a tough fight depending on the weapons you have. Or it can be easy. You can rocket it if you have the money. It depends. I think they're interchangeable. I think everything in the rows is interchangeable. I'm glad we did this though. I know this isn't the most exciting tier list, but I always get asked what's the hardest Resident Evil? What's the best Resident Evil? Yada, yada, yada. And now we have tier lists just to show people. Like, I could put a link in the chat and people could just see. And this is the kind of thing, yeah, scroll to the end. Fuck it, dude. Not a good idea. Where did I put the Zoe DLC on? Dude, if the end of Zoe DLC with Joe Must Die was on here, am I crazy? It's like right beside Village on Voss. If you don't use the new... Dude, Joe Must Die is meant for the New Game Plus weapons. I think. Like, me doing that in the marathon was stupid. I should have never done that. Joe Must Die is fucking brutal. Jack Bust. Don't watch that one. Don't watch that one, guys. That was shameful. You know how I had 300 deaths in the marathon? I think 80 of them were from RE7, and most were from the DLC. Oh, it was so bad. What was my most enjoyable game? The least enjoyable was Joe Must Die. That's easy. The most enjoyable, I don't know. Deadly Silence is pretty fun. RE4 Remake was really fun. RE6, ironically. RE6 was fun just because of chat. Just because the memes were in full force. Umbrella Chronicles was also very fun. Do 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 do. Fellas, I forgot a game. RE4 and VR. Here, it's insanely easy. Okay, guys, I have some bad news. I've talked so much, my fucking throat hurts, and I feel like if I do another one of these, I'm gonna pass out. Now it's time for a Theory Craft Jill Sam. I will do a cooking stream in the next week. I promised I would. I promised I would. Text to voice it? Alright.
Okay, boys. Next up, I have a very special announcement. I think I just sat on one of my balls. Okay, this fucking hurts. I gotta call it early, boys. I'm sorry. I hope you enjoyed the tier lists, but holy shit, the boys down below are hurting like a basketball, bouncing like crazy.
Thank you, Blair. Thank you. Alright, bouncy balls. This was fun. The marathon is now officially over. I'll do more tier lists in the future, but the important one is out of the way. We did my favorite games and what I think of them, and yeah, buddy boy. I'm glad we got that all done. It was a fun marathon, fellas. It was a fun marathon. Tomorrow, I'll probably stream tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. If I am streaming tomorrow, I'm gonna play Pal World. And yeah, I have a lot of other stuff planned. I cannot wait for the Tomb Raider remasters. Those are in a couple weeks. I can't wait for that shit. It's gonna be so sick. It's in like 4 weeks. We will do another marathon very soon. Probably next weekend. We'll do another marathon. Next Saturday, most likely. I need to do a worst tier. Yeah, just reverse the tier lists. There, buddy. Maybe Kenneth. I will be taking suggestions. If you guys want to suggest some horror games on Twitter, or on Discord, or even in the chat next time I stream, you can do so. I will look them up. I'll probably start the stream tomorrow just by looking up some games on Steam, seeing what I missed out on the past like freaking 3 weeks, because there's definitely a lot of stuff I haven't got to play and I want to play. Favorite mods to be fun. I didn't watch the indie trailer. No, Silent Hill Marathon will be before Silent Hill 2 Remake. Silent Hill Tizzle re-dizzle. Silent Hill Tizzle re to the dizzle, boys. Alright, I'm starting to get a headache. Fellas. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Let's raid up Albert F. and Wesker. He's playing Mortal Knight. RE2 mod. He is a mod here, actually. Thank you, everyone. This was sick. I hope you guys weren't too blood boiled over the tier list. Remember, it's just my own opinion. And also remember, I could swap so many of those games around on a fucking dime. So don't take it too serious if you are extremely parasocial and my tier list heavily affects your state of mind. Remember, I don't take it that seriously. But give or take, that's how I feel about the franchise. Give or take like a rank. Like I can always move those a rank. So, all right. Besides S, I think I'd keep everything in S. All right. Thank you, everybody. This was sick. I loved the marathon. Thank you for all the follows, the subs, the resubs, and everything else. This was super, super fun. And we are back to business tomorrow. Or I might take the day off. It depends how I'm feeling. I do really want to play Power World. And if I don't play it tomorrow, it's ripperoni. Because playing a game like that 2 days after release, not the best decision. And also, it's already been in early access for like 3 days, so... but we will see, guys. We will see. I also will play Origin of Species, the RE2 mod. I promised I would. I will do that. I will also do a cooking stream this week, like I said. And we will do a marathon next weekend. If you want to see the Metal Gear Solid marathon, it's before Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake comes out. If you want to see the Silent Hill marathon, it's before Silent Hill 2 Remake comes out. Again, and yes, I'll be playing the Tomb Raider remasters, and I will try to 100% all 3 games, because there's 200 achievements in that trilogy remaster. And I will try and get every one of them, and... after we get those achievements, I will probably try and speedrun one of the games, most likely. And after that will be FF7 with the voice mod, and then FF7 Rebirth. So that's the future of the stream. And in between all of that, just insert random horror games and some Resident Evil. Okay, I'll be back probably tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. Thank you for watching, and I will talk to you fellerinos later. Ho, yeah. All right, bye, everybody. Bye, everybody. Bye, YouTube. I will definitely stream it on YouTube. Don't worry. The Tomb Raider remasters and Final Fantasy and stuff, definitely. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah. All right. Bye, everyone.